Uganda is building a new economy powered by science, technology and innovation. Through the Office of the President's Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, STI, Ugandan innovators are embracing Industry 4.0 Plus, the technologies of the future to transform the economy today. One such project is the MDA Technology Support Project.
My name is Donna Sava and I'm the Senior Programs Manager at HiveCollab. HiveCollab did get into a consortium with the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat together with the Ministry of Internal Affairs to solve a major challenge of non-compliance under the Directorate of Immigration and Citizens Control under Ministry of Internal Affairs. The major problem of non-compliance was characterized by challenges of revenue losses and undocumented citizens. And in order to address this, HiveCollab worked together with Apprentice to develop a one-stop center platform that all these innovators can be able to access. At the same time, the staff at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat can also be able to access and track progress, but also be able to address all these challenges.
The Uganda-Uae plant is the largest, most capable and most competent bus manufacturing plant on the African continent. With an installed capacity to produce 11 a day and 5,000 buses annually. It stands as a beacon of innovation, engineering excellence and sustainable mobility solutions. The Uganda-Uae plant is the home of Kira Motors Corporation. It is empowering Africa's mobility future, one bus at a time. Welcome to the body shop at the Uganda-Uae plant, where the frame and body of the Kayola bus is made. Here, precision engineering meets cutting-edge technology to create the robust foundation of every Kayola bus. Welcome to the chassis line at the Uganda-Uae plant, where the foundation of durability and strength is built. This is where critical components such as the axle and the powertrain system integration are carefully installed, ensuring the long-lasting reliability of the Kayola buses. Welcome to the quality inspection and testing facility at the Uganda-Uae plant, where every Kayola bus undergoes rigorous testing. Here, we ensure that each bus meets 100% of our stringent quality standards, delivering safety, reliability, and excellence to our customers. The Uganda-Uae plant has a waste management plant that handles waste segregation, recycling, hazardous material treatment, and water waste processing. It also tracks waste data, trains employees, and promotes sustainability while meeting environmental compliance standards. The Uganda-Uae plant.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome. This is the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Nestled in the heart of East Africa, Uganda is home to breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and a vibrant culture. But beyond its natural beauty, Uganda is rapidly emerging as an economic powerhouse. Uganda is a leading destination for foreign direct investment in Africa. Its open economy and dedication to investment support has been endorsed by investors as a winning formula to attract investment, ensure impact, and guarantee profits. Uganda has one of the biggest per capita users of mobile technology and is a hub of tech-driven solutions. A young, skilled and trainable population, the youngest in the world, is pushing the boundaries of technology and entrepreneurship.
We currently employ 200 Ugandans. Company is fully run by Uganda as much as it's owned by them, and we believe it will probably go up by about 20%, 20 to 30% once the production is fully up and running. We invested because we want to participate in Uganda's development. There are many tax incentives that allow an investor to compete and to benefit from investing in Uganda. We thank the government again through the UAE's support for transitioning from the importers and now purchasing from us. Right now, about our capacity utilization is about 70% of our current set capacity, and that has led us to now embark on an expansion project which is currently underway, and we are currently slated to complete all that by May. So in May we will have about 1.5 times Uganda's need in terms of capacity for gloves. They supported us by providing confirmatory documentation to our financiers. They put us out there in the international market whenever they are doing their activities.
It is not just startups that are thriving here. Many major players in the tech world have set up shop here. We have seen tremendous growth in the tech industry. Uganda is not just catching up, it's leapfrogging into the future.
It started as a shop, an outlet shop, which was selling phones actually in downtown Kampala. We actually came up with an idea to see that we have a factory. We were provided with about 4 acres of land here at Namambe, where we actually established our factory, the first mobile phone and computer assembling and manufacturing factory here in Uganda. At our production capacity here is 2,500 pieces. We won as the best innovators in the whole world. We actually made a phone which had a thermometer temperature, whereby you could use that same phone to test your body temperature. Those were the days of COVID. So with the support from Uganda Investment Authority, they actually established what they call tangible investment or incentives, which have been given to people who want to come and invest here in Uganda. So we have been riding on the availability of those good incentives, which have actually supported us to expand our production and also our goods to most of the African countries. Because
Uganda's dedication to industrialization shines through its thriving manufacturing and agro-processing domains. With ample natural resources and a favorable climate, it stands as an ideal hub for these sectors. The conducive environment further enhances the growth prospects for products like avocados, coffee, pineapples, passion fruit and watermelon.
We process mangoes from Kitigum or far north, starting from the Lango.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome. This is the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Nestled in the heart of East Africa, Uganda is home to breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and a vibrant culture. But beyond its natural beauty, Uganda is rapidly emerging as an economic powerhouse. Uganda is a leading destination for foreign direct investment in Africa. Its open economy and dedication to investment support has been endorsed by investors as a winning formula to attract investment, ensure impact, and guarantee profits. Uganda has one of the biggest per capita users of mobile technology and is a hub of tech-driven solutions. A young, skilled and trainable population, the youngest in the world, is pushing the boundaries of technology and entrepreneurship.
We currently employ 200 Ugandans, companies fully run by Uganda as much as it's owned by them, and we believe it will probably go up by about 20% to 30% once the production is fully up and running. We invested because we want to participate in Uganda's development. There are many tax incentives that allow an investor to compete and to benefit from investing in Uganda. We thank the government again with UAE's support for transitioning from the importers and now purchasing from us. Right now, about our capacity utilization is about 70% of our current set capacity, and that has led us to now embark on an expansion project which is currently underway, and we are currently slated to complete all that by May. So in May we will have about 1.5 times Uganda's need in terms of capacity for gloves. They supported us by providing confirmatory documentation to our financiers. They put us out there in the international market whenever they are doing their activities.
It is not just startups that are thriving here. Many major players in the tech world have set up shop here. We have seen tremendous growth in the tech industry. Uganda is not just catching up, it's leapfrogging into the future.
It started as a shop, an outlet shop, which was selling phones actually in downtown Kampala. We actually came up with an idea to see that we have a factory. We were provided with about 4 acres of land here at Namambe, where we actually established our factory, the first mobile phone and computer assembling and manufacturing factory here in Uganda. At our production capacity here is 2,500 pieces. We won as the best innovators in the whole world. We actually made a phone which had a thermometer temperature, whereby you could use that same phone to test your body temperature. Those were the days of COVID, with the support from Uganda Investment Authority. they actually established what they call tangible investment or incentives, which have been given to people who want to come and invest here in Uganda. So we have been riding on the availability of those good incentives, which have actually supported us to expand our production and also our goods to most of the African countries. Because
Uganda's dedication to industrialization shines through its thriving manufacturing and agro-processing domains. With ample natural resources and a favorable climate, it stands as an ideal hub for these sectors. The conducive environment further enhances the growth prospects for products like avocados, coffee, pineapples, passion fruit, and watermelon.
We process mangoes from Kitigum or far north, starting from the Lango.
The Kireveiko plant is the largest, most capable, and most competent bus manufacturing plant on the African continent. With an installed
Uganda, a land of untapped beauty and endless opportunity. Under the visionary leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, Uganda has undergone a remarkable transformation, and today it has become a hub of innovation that is ready for investment. And at the forefront of this business renaissance stands the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. UNCCI is the heartbeat of Uganda's private sector, with almost a century of unwavering commitment to empowering its members and driving economic growth. Through its 5 pillars of promoting economic growth with an emphasis on value addition, UNCCI has created a vibrant and dynamic business ecosystem in Uganda. Uganda is more than just a destination for business opportunities. It's a melting pot of cultures and home to some of the most hospitable people on earth. You will experience firsthand the kindness and generosity of Ugandans, both in business and in everyday life. Whether you are a small or medium-sized enterprise looking to scale up, a multinational corporation seeking new markets, or an investor seeking high returns and positive impact, Uganda and UNCCI have something for you. With its diverse range of sectors, including agriculture, innovation, and with the recent discovery of oil, the country's economic potential is only set to grow. As an active participant in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Uganda is at the forefront of Africa's economic integration. Located in the heart of East Africa, Uganda shares the largest strategic border, providing easy access to regional markets with a massive population of about 520 million people through its well-developed transport and communication networks. From the towering peaks of the Rwenzori Mountains to the pristine wilderness of Bwindi Impenetrable National Park, home to over 50% of the world's mountain gorilla that call Uganda home, Uganda boasts of breathtaking natural wonders such as the Nile River, Lake Victoria, and a rich diversity of wildlife. This East African nation has emerged as a sought-after tourist destination thanks to unparalleled attractions such as the tree-climbing lions of Ishasha, the rare species of chimpanzees and elephants that roam the Queen Elizabeth Gorge. Lake Munyonyo and the Kazinga Channel boast of an abundance of rare bird species that even rival the famed Amazon forest. The markets of Uganda are a feast for the senses, with vibrant colors, delicious smells, and a friendly hustle-bustle. It's a place where you can taste the flavors of Africa and experience the rich culture and traditions of its people. By investing in Uganda, you are not just investing in a country. You are investing in the dreams and aspirations of the people who call Uganda home and their neighboring countries. Come and experience the beauty and potential of Uganda for yourself, and let UNCCI be your guide. Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome. This is the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Nestled in the heart of East Africa, Uganda is home to breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and a vibrant culture. But beyond its natural beauty, Uganda is rapidly emerging as an economic powerhouse. Uganda is a leading destination for foreign direct investment in Africa. Its open economy and dedication to investment support has been endorsed by investors as a winning formula to attract investment, ensure impact, and guarantee profits. Uganda has one of the biggest per capita users of mobile technology and is a hub of tech-driven solutions. A young, skilled and trainable population, the youngest in the world, is pushing the boundaries of technology and entrepreneurship.
We currently employ 200 Ugandans, companies fully run by Uganda.
The Uganda-Uae plant is the largest, most capable, and most competent bus manufacturing plant on the African continent. With an installed capacity to produce 11 a day and 5,000 buses annually. It stands as a beacon of innovation, engineering excellence, and sustainable mobility solutions. The Uganda-Uae plant is the home of Kira Motors Corporation. It is empowering Africa's mobility future, one bus at a time. Welcome to the body shop at the Kira Vehicle Plant, where the frame and body of the Kayola bus is made. Here, precision engineering meets cutting-edge technology to create the robust foundation of every Kayola bus. Welcome to the chassis line at the Kira Vehicle Plant, where the foundation of durability and strength is built. This is where critical components such as the axle and the powertrain system integration are carefully installed, ensuring the long-lasting reliability of the Kayola buses. Welcome to the quality inspection and testing facility at the Kira Vehicle Plant, where every Kayola bus undergoes rigorous testing. Here, we ensure that each bus meets 100% of our stringent quality standards, delivering safety, reliability, and excellence to our customers. The Kira Vehicle Plant has a waste management plant that handles waste segregation, recycling, hazardous material treatment, and water waste processing. It also tracks waste data, trains employees, and promotes sustainability while meeting environmental compliance standards.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Every year, investment and trade between UAE and Uganda is growing from strength to strength, from 300 million in 2009 to 3.5 billion today.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome. This is the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Nestled in the heart of East Africa, Uganda is home to breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and a vibrant culture. But beyond its natural beauty, Uganda is rapidly emerging as an economic powerhouse. Uganda is a leading destination for foreign direct investment in Africa. Its open economy and dedication to investment support has been endorsed by investors as a winning formula to attract investment, ensure impact, and guarantee profits. Uganda has one of the biggest per capita users of mobile technology and is a hub of tech-driven solutions. A young, skilled and trainable population, the youngest in the world, is pushing the boundaries of technology and entrepreneurship.
We currently employ 200 Ugandans, companies fully run by Uganda as much as it's owned by them, and we believe it will probably go up by about 20% to 30% once the production is fully up and running. We invested because we want to participate in Uganda's development. There are many tax incentives that allow an investor to compete and to benefit from investing in Uganda. We thank the government again through UAE's support for transitioning from the importers and now purchasing from us. Right now, about our capacity utilization is about 70% of our current set capacity, and that has led us to now embark on an expansion project which is currently underway, and we are currently slated to complete all that by May. So in May we will have about 1.5 times Uganda's need in terms of capacity for gloves. They supported us by providing confirmatory documentation to our financiers. They put us out there in the international market whenever they are doing their activities.
It is not just startups that are thriving here. Many major players in the tech world have set up shop here. We have seen tremendous growth in the tech industry. Uganda is not just catching up, it's leapfrogging into the future.
It started as a shop, an outlet shop, which was selling phones actually in downtown Kampala. We actually came up with an idea to see that we have a factory. We were provided with about 4 acres of land here at Namambe, where we actually established our factory, the first mobile phone and computer assembling and manufacturing factory here in Uganda. That our production capacity here is 2,500 pieces. We won as the best innovators in the whole world. We actually made a phone which had a thermometer temperature, whereby you could use that same phone to test your body temperature. Those were the days of COVID. With the support from Uganda Investment Authority, they actually established what they call tangible investment or incentives which have been given to people who want to come and invest here in Uganda. So we have been riding on the availability of those good incentives which have actually supported us to expand our production and also our goods to most of the African countries. Because
Uganda's dedication to industrialization shines through its thriving manufacturing and agro-processing domains. With ample natural resources and a favorable climate, it stands as an ideal hub for these sectors. The conducive environment further enhances the growth prospects for products like avocados, coffee, pineapples, passion fruit, and watermelon.
We process mangoes from Kitigum or far north, starting from the Lango.
Uganda is building a new economy powered by science, technology and innovation. Through the Office of the President's Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, STI, Ugandan innovators are embracing Industry 4.0 plus, the technologies of the future to transform the economy today. One such project is the MDA Technology Support Project.
My name is Donna Sava and I'm the Senior Programs Manager at Hive Collab. Hive Collab did get into a consortium with the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat together with the Ministry of Internal Affairs to solve a major challenge of non-compliance under the Directorate of Immigrations and Citizens Control under Ministry of Internal Affairs. The major problem of non-compliance was characterized by challenges of revenue losses and undocumented citizens. And in order to address this, Hive Collab worked together with Apprentice to develop a one-stop center platform that all these innovators can be able to access. At the same time, the staff at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat can also be able to access and track progress, but also be able to address all these challenges.
Every year, investment and trade between UAE and Uganda is growing from strength to strength. From 300 million in 2009 to 3.5 billion today. Our partnership is a bridge for prosperity and progress. This October, from the 27th to 29th, Kampala will host the 4th UAE-Uganda Business Forum. 3 days of engagement to build the next generation of partnerships, new business, wealth, and innovation. Uganda-Uae! Come connect with business leaders, discover partnerships, finance and technical assistance. Whether you're in agro-industry, renewables, real estate or trade, tourism or technology, the UAE-Uganda Business Forum is for you. The 4th UAE-Uganda Business Forum. Karibu. Marhaba. You're welcome.
Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a land of beauty, culture, and opportunity. A fast-emerging hub for world-class meetings, conferences, and events. Strategically located in the heart of East Africa, Uganda offers seamless accessibility and strong connectivity to regional and international destinations. The perfect setting for hosting your next big event. Our vibrant capital, Kampala, stands ready to welcome the world. From state-of-the-art conference venues to luxury accommodations, vibrant hospitality, efficient health systems, and seamless mobility, Uganda delivers world-class experiences with a uniquely African touch. Backed by strong government support and an investor-friendly climate, Uganda is seeing rapid growth in key sectors: agro-industry, tourism, mineral development, and innovation. Uganda is more than infrastructure and opportunity. It's an experience. A place where business blends with authenticity, and every handshake carries the warmth of African hospitality. Here, your event is more than a gathering. It's a journey, secure, scalable, and unforgettable. So, go beyond the ordinary. Meet, connect, explore. In Uganda, your premium MICE destination.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome. This is the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Nestled in the heart of East Africa, Uganda is home to breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and a vibrant culture. But beyond its natural beauty, Uganda is rapidly emerging as an economic powerhouse. Uganda is a leading destination for foreign direct investment in Africa, Its open economy and dedication to investment support has been endorsed by investors as a winning formula to attract investment, ensure impact, and guarantee profits. Uganda has one of the biggest per capita users of mobile technology and is a hub of tech-driven solutions. A young, skilled and trainable population, the youngest in the world, is pushing the boundaries of technology and entrepreneurship.
We currently employ 200 Ugandans, companies fully run by Uganda as much as it's owned by them, and we believe it will probably go up by about 20%, 20 to 30% once the production is fully up and running. We invested because we want to participate in Uganda's development. There are many tax incentives that allow an investor to compete and to benefit from investing in Uganda. We thank the government again through UAE's support for transitioning from the importers and now purchasing from us. Right now, about our capacity utilization is about 70% of our current set capacity, and that has led us to now embark on an expansion project which is currently underway, and we are currently slated to complete all that by May. So in May we will have about 1.5 times Uganda's need in terms of capacity for gloves. They supported us by providing confirmatory documentation to our financiers. They put us out there in the international market whenever they are doing their activities.
It is not just startups that are thriving here. Many major players in the tech world have set up shop here. We have seen tremendous growth in the tech industry. Uganda is not just catching up, it's leapfrogging into the future.
It started as a shop, an outlet shop, which was selling phones actually in downtown Kampala. We actually came up with an idea to see that we have a factory. We were provided with about 4 acres of land here at Namambe, where we actually established our factory, the first mobile phone and computer assembling and manufacturing factory here in Uganda. At our production capacity here is 2,500 pieces. We won as the best innovators in the whole world. We actually made a phone which had a thermometer temperature, whereby you could use that same phone to test your body temperature. Those were the days of COVID. With the support from Uganda Investment Authority, they actually established what they call tangible investment or incentives, which have been given to people who want to come and invest here in Uganda. So we have been riding on the availability of those good incentives, which have actually supported us to expand our production and also our goods to most of the African countries. Because
Uganda's dedication to industrialization shines through its thriving manufacturing and agro-processing domains. With ample natural resources and a favorable climate, it stands as an ideal hub for these sectors. The conducive environment further enhances the growth prospects for products like avocados, coffee, pineapples, passion fruit, and watermelon.
We process mangoes from Kitigum or far north, starting from the Lango.
The Uganda-Uae plant is the largest, most capable, and most competent bus manufacturing plant on the African continent. With an installed capacity to produce 11 a day and 5,000 buses annually. It stands as a beacon of innovation, engineering excellence, and sustainable mobility solutions. The Uganda-Uae plant is the home of Kira Motors Corporation. It is empowering Africa's mobility future, one bus at a time. Welcome to the body shop at the Kira Vehicle Plant, where the frame and body of the Kayola bus is made. Here, precision engineering meets cutting-edge technology to create the robust foundation of every Kayola bus. Welcome to the chassis line at the Kira Vehicle Plant, where the foundation of durability and strength is built. This is where critical components such as the axle and the powertrain system integration are carefully installed, ensuring the long-lasting reliability of the Kayola buses. Welcome to the quality inspection and testing facility at the Kira Vehicle Plant, where every Kayola bus undergoes rigorous testing. Here, we ensure that each bus meets 100% of our stringent quality standards, delivering safety, reliability, and excellence to our customers. The Kira Vehicle Plant has a waste management plant that handles waste segregation, recycling, hazardous material treatment, and water waste processing. It also tracks waste data, trains employees, and promotes sustainability while meeting environmental compliance standards.
Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a land of beauty, culture, and opportunity. A fast emerging hub for world-class meetings, conferences, and events. Strategically located in the heart of East Africa, Uganda offers ready to welcome the world. From state-of-the-art conference venues to luxury accommodations, vibrant hospitality, efficient health systems, and seamless mobility, Uganda delivers world-class experiences with a uniquely African touch. Backed by strong government support and an investor-friendly climate, Uganda is seeing rapid growth in key sectors: agro-industry, tourism, mineral development, and innovation. Uganda is more than infrastructure and opportunity. It's an experience. A place where business blends with authenticity, and every handshake carries the warmth of African hospitality. Here, your event is more than a gathering. It's a journey, secure, scalable, and unforgettable. So, go beyond the ordinary. Meet, connect, explore. In Uganda, your premium MICE destination.
ladies and gentlemen, our guests are all here this morning. And allow me to say good morning, mwasuze mutia, mwaramutse, habari za asubuhi, and to our friends from the United Arab Emirates, Sabah ol Khairi. I hope I have the right pronunciation. So I am not only teaching you Luganda, I am also going to learn your language, such that the next time I come to your place, we shall communicate very easily. Glad to see all of you here. Our host, His Excellency Ambassador Chibedi, we are happy to see you with your guests this morning. We have the Permanent Secretary and the Secretary to the Treasury from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ramadan Gobi. Round of applause. And we still have with us the delegation from the UAE, headed by His Excellency Abdallah Hassan Obaid Al-Shamsi, the Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to the Republic of Uganda. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And as the program goes on today, because we still have a power-packed program for today, we shall have more officials joining us, especially from the government of Uganda, still talking investment and how we can make these bridges that we have mended and put together work and continue to work. My name is Walter Mwesije once again to take you out through the day. At this point, I will invite our host, Your Excellency Ambassador Zake. Kindly give us an opening word and then we can proceed.
Thank you so much, our MC. Okay, thank you so much, our MC. Our speaker this morning, Dr. Ramadan Gobi, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Your Excellency Sultan, the Director General of Fujairah Chamber of Commerce, delegation from the UAE, the Ugandan participants, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the third day of the Business Forum. Our guest, this Business Forum is the 4th edition. It started on Monday and premised on the guidance that we got from our co-organizers from the UAE. This time around, day one started with field visits under 5 clusters. This forum is based on 5 clusters, that is agriculture, agribusiness and agro-industry, then also tourism, minerals development, including oil and gas and energy, manufacturing and trade. And based on this, we had different groups. The delegation from UAE was divided into 5 groups. They visited fields, and I would like to bring to your attention that as a result of these field visits, some companies this morning are having meetings with the Civil Aviation Authority. They picked some areas of interest. The meeting is from 9 to 10, and another one is meeting with the Minister of Works. They picked interest on the development of water transport and marine. So they are having a meeting with the Minister of Works before they come here. And yesterday the house was full, but maybe since we're also doing B2B and B2G, I assume some of them are having those meetings. But what is most important is that the UAE delegation is here. I can see about 50% of the delegation. And I'll give them a chance to introduce them by group. Those that are here from the agriculture or agro-industry, please stand up for the PS to recognize you. They are here. And then those of you from infrastructure, together with IT, they are here. And those from tourism, it seems they are still out, including one emirate who has established a company here to promote tourism. Ahmed, are you here? And those of you that are in the sector of mining, you can stand up. We have one participant who owns 4 refineries, gold refineries in Dubai. Is he here? So then I would like to show that the permanent secretary, the companies that have established here from the UAE. I did that yesterday, but I want you to show you again to the permanent secretary. Amia Power, are you here? Amia Power? They were here yesterday. They are setting up a power plant in Arua, 20 megawatt. And after that, our guests, they are going to establish a 200 megawatt in Karamoja, which is going to generate 120 megawatts solar during day and 80 megawatts in the night. Wind energy is going to be the first of its kind hybrid on the continent of Africa. It's going to be a hybrid of solar and wind energy. Then we have Metro Cement. Metro Cement, where are you? They are here from the UAE. They set up a factory in Kamonkoli. It is due for commissioning. We're just waiting advice from our State House when the president will be ready to commission the plant. They are making 2 types of cement, and they are one of our major sponsors for this event. They are making Semi 2 and Semi 4. We have Mazda. Mazda, are you here? They are here. Mazda is the largest renewable energy company owned by the UAE government. They've signed an agreement with the Ministry of Energy within 5 years to establish 1,000 megawatts of energy. So the studies are underway. The feasibility study is underway. Welcome. We have Dubai Ports. Dubai Ports, are you here? Is out. They were here yesterday. We are discussing with them to set up a dry port in Uganda, because one of the challenges we are faced with that is raising to the high cost of our products is logistics. So once they set up a dry port here, it will reduce the logistics costs. We also have other companies, like we have Jackies, they are in electronics. Jackies, once again, stand up. They're in electronics. Then under hospitality, I believe you've ever stayed in Landmark Hotel in Dubai. Landmark, are you here? The general manager is here. They are here to discuss with counterparts to see how they can collaborate to set up maybe their first hotel in Africa here. Is it the first, or you said you have one in Cairo? In Jeddah? Okay, they are also planning to set up one here. Among others, our guest, our chief guest. But since you are an economist, let me share with you some statistics I shared yesterday. I have the statistics from 2018 when I reported to UAE up to now. The trade portfolio between UAE and Uganda in 2018 was valued at $600 million. Now it has grown to $2.85 billion as of September last year. And this made UAE become the leading market destination for Ugandan exports globally. Your Excellency, it's the first time that our #1 market globally is outside our region. And also in 2018, the foreign direct investments from UAE to Uganda were valued at $300 million, but now it has grown to $3.5 billion. Because of the great hospitality and kindness of our hosts in the UAE people, the number of Ugandans living and working in UAE has grown from 40,000 in 2018 to over 160,000 as of last year. This has facilitated increase of remittances from 50 million US dollars to 350 million US dollars. And us as one of the expectations out of this business forum is increased exports from Uganda to UAE, increased investments, and increased tourist flow from UAE to Uganda. I want us to make a deal, Mr. Permanent Secretary, like we did one during Dubai Expo. The audience here, I would like to inform you that I like the way our PS operates. Being an economist, once you agree on figures, he plays his role, and then we also play our role. During Dubai Expo, I requested him to facilitate our mission. At that time, we had only the embassy in Abu Dhabi. We did not have the consulate. We needed only, we were frugal, we came up with a budget of 1 billion Ugandan shillings. I requested him to facilitate us 1 billion shillings for our participation at the Dubai Expo, and I promised him in return to attract FDI of 1 billion US dollars. 1 billion Ugandan shillings is approximately maybe $280,000, but I promised him 1 billion. Guess what? After Dubai Expo, we attracted in 1.5 billion US dollars. Now, Mr. Permanent Secretary, I want us to make a deal. UAE is #1 market destination for Ugandan exports, but still the potential is so huge to expand the market. Because when you come and look at the retailers, when you go to Lulu, to Carrefour, you see that most of the products, agricultural products, supplied to these retailers, Uganda's products are not friendly, not even 1%. Most of it is coming from as far as Philippines, as far as Latin America, which is over 12 hours flight. Here we have only 5 hours flight. And for your information, in 2018, we had only 2 direct flights from UAE to Uganda, between UAE and Uganda, but now we have 6 daily flights, 5 hours. The only challenge that is affecting our exports are the 2 inconsistencies: a supply in quality and quantity. So if we can address that, Mr. Permanent Secretary, I want to assure you that we can grow this market 10 times. Apparently, out of our exports, of which 50% are Ugandan agricultural products, which is valued at 680 million US dollars, it can grow to 6 billion. The reason I've invited the chambers of commerce to participate in this forum is to testify to this. Why the UAE market is unique compared to other markets. 90% of the residents are foreigners. These foreigners are from 200 nationalities. What does that mean? That anything edible has a market there. Every human being from all over the world is living in the UAE. So if we can organize, if you can set up a team to address this from agriculture, from trade, from foreign affairs, from your ministry, we address these 2 inconsistencies, organize the supply chain. I want to assure you that we can grow these agricultural exports from 680 million US dollars to 6 billion. That one, let's make a deal. As we performed during Dubai Expo, we shall perform. I would like to, with those few remarks, Mr. Permanent Secretary, to invite you to address the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, our ambassador to the UAE, our dear friends from UAE in your different capacities, the senior government officials who are here, the private sector from Uganda, and all of you, friends, the media and so on. Good morning to you all. I'm delighted to be here once again to talk to you about Uganda and the opportunities we have, but mainly to give you a little bit of the state of the economy of Uganda, because that's what the ambassador, His Excellency Speke, always asks me to summarize for our partners and all the people around. I want to start by thanking and commending Ambassador Chibedi, because we all know him as our star representative of this country out there. Currently, we have an economic and commercial diplomacy program in government, which we have also stepped up tenfold, in line with our strategy to grow the economy tenfold, by facilitating and supporting our missions abroad, our embassies, to do the three things he has summarized here: to get markets for our exports, to get investors to come and partake in the opportunities we have, and to get tourists to come and visit the country. Because we believe, and we are not far from the truth, that Uganda is one of the most beautiful countries, naturally. Those who are coming from UAE, I think what you are seeing here as the weather out there, these people can't build the good windows. Otherwise, in Uganda, we don't use AC. We are naturally endowed with the fresh air. I was talking to His Excellency the Sultan there. Our people also don't even watch weather forecast, like in the West. When you are in the UK or in Europe, in America, the first thing they watch is weather forecast on TV. And some people in Uganda also were copying those televisions, and they started putting weather for a certain lady or a man to do weather forecast. It's the least watched on TV in Uganda. Once you come on weather forecast, people change the channel. Why? Because in Uganda, you just look around and you go. You are sure you will reach wherever you are going without any disturbance. Elsewhere, you cannot. So we have good weather and climate generally. From January to December of every year, it's almost very well regulated. Temperature and other weather conditions. So we need the tourists to come and also visit our beautiful areas. I've come to present to you the state of the economy. I sent a few slides. There are a couple of them. I don't know whether there is somebody who can put them up so that I can speak to them, to the audience. Do we have them? Okay. The man of the machine put on the slides. But I know the numbers, so I will start. Ugandan economy currently is the one of the fastest growing economies in Africa and by extension in the world. Our GDP is growing at 6.3%. It grew by 6.3% last financial year, 2024-25. having recovered from about just 3% when COVID hit us. We have now fully recovered to the pre-COVID growth rate. And this growth is broad-based. All of the sectors in the economy are growing in agriculture, industry, and services, including ICT. They are all growing. And this is what I was speaking to. The GDP is growing very well. Recently, the IMF released the figures for the year 2025, and Uganda is number 3 in Africa in the growth rate, growing very fast. We are projecting a growth of 7% this financial year. We hope we shall be able to get to 7%. And recently we discovered the oil in Uganda. We are going to join the UAE in exploiting oil resources going forward for the next 25 or so years. And we hope when the oil resources begin to flow next year, the economy might grow in double digits. And we are projecting that in our numbers. The inflation is stable in Uganda. We have fully controlled the inflation. Uganda does not have the challenge of rising prices of commodities very fast, to rise very fast. We had inflation affecting the entire world almost after COVID, but we have fully arrested that inflation. Last year, the inflation rate averaged 3.8%. And we hope this year the target is about 3.5%. Our target inflation in Uganda is 5%. If inflation is below 5%, it is good for the economy. It's also not good to have zero inflation. By the way, economists, they always remind the people, it's not good to have the prices not changing at all, zero inflation. Inflation measures the rate at which prices are increasing. The prices should change, but at a relatively slow pace. When it is zero, when the inflation does not change at all, it will discourage producers. Because as you know, producers produce more when prices are increasing, but it shouldn't be increasing fast because there it will affect the cost of living. So in Uganda, we have moderate, very moderate inflation, which is within our target. And we hope to have low inflation throughout the coming period. Currency, our currency is stable. Ugandan shilling is one of the most stable currencies now in Africa. It has appreciated slightly. It's stable because of the efforts of the Zakes. When he reads those numbers of our exports to UAE, the 2.5 billion, those are dollars which come and help in stabilizing and strengthening the shilling. When we export gold, we export coffee, we export the food, we export now manufactured goods in the region. It helps in earning foreign exchange. And as you can see the number, now we have reached $13.3 billion of export earnings last year. This is a small economy which had the export earnings of less than $1 billion a few years ago, not many years ago. About a decade ago, Uganda was earning very low export earnings. Now, last year we got about $13.3 billion of our total export receipts. of which about 10.6 billion is for goods, only goods. Then the rest is services, including tourism. The receipts from tourism have also grown to $1.5 billion. That's what we got last year. Not forgetting the FDI, the foreign direct inflows. The investors like you who come and set up in Uganda have brought some money. This man here is doing a good job in Karamoja. Those are the direct investments we are talking about. They bring the foreign exchange and invest in our economy. The Ugandans who are working abroad, he has told you, in the UAE, is one of our large destinations, in Europe, in the US, in South Africa, and other places. They are bringing in about $1.6 billion in total. So the overall economy, in other words, the macroeconomy of Uganda is quite stable. It is growing and promising even to get better. Now, what are we exporting mainly? The size of each box shows you the volume of export. As you can see, we are mainly in metals. We are exporting gold. Here, about 27% of our export earnings come from gold. We have coffee also. The yellow there, agricultural produce. So metals, agricultural produce, and then services, including tourism, business services, transport. But also we are having down here some growth now in a diversified portfolio of goods. Uganda is no longer relying on particular exports. In the 90s, around 1999, when we were ending the millennium, coffee was contributing 66% of Uganda's export receipts. 66, 2/3 of our export receipts were coming from coffee. And yet it was a small amount of money, about $400 million. Now, coffee last year brought $2.2 billion, but it is contributing something like 11% of our export receipts, which shows you that we are now diversifying exports. We are getting new products to our export basket. And those new products are mainly these ones. Now you see here. Uganda has been the champion in the region in adding new products to our export basket. Within East Africa here, we are adding more new exports, value-added exports to our export basket. We have added 31 new products in the past 15 years. We have ceramics here. We have a number of very high value agricultural produce like cassane, gelatin, and others. Then we have a number also of agricultural value added products here in yellow, and then even some manufactured products. So we have added 31 new products to our basket. This is to confirm what I've been telling you, that compared to our peers in the region, we have been the first in adding new products. We have added 31, Tanzania 22, Kenya 15, Rwanda 12 of these. This is data you can find from the Growth Lab at Harvard University. They track 145 countries, and we are doing quite well in diversification. What does all this mean? to a business person like you. First, Uganda's economy is getting more complex. Complexity, economic complexity is one of the key measures now of the ability of an economy to provide lucrative opportunities. You become complex by producing more value-added products as opposed to producing raw materials. So at our level of income, which is still low, Uganda is still a poor developing country, we are found to be quite more complex than expected. Secondly, we have now been projected that we are going to be the fastest growing economy in the next decade to 2035. Of all of the economies, the Growth Lab tracks, they have now put Uganda, ranked Uganda as the economy which is likely to grow the fastest in the next decade if we do certain fundamentals which we are now working on, infrastructure and others. And those are the things we are doing in our plan, our national development plan. We have a national development plan 4, which is going to run from this year to 2030. And in that plan, we have anchored it on our 10-fold growth strategy. This is a strategy whose goal is to make Uganda a $500 billion economy by 2040. In the next 15 years, we want to double the size of the economy every 5 years. And once we do that, we shall be a $500 billion economy. Is this achievable? Yes. In these last 5 years of post-COVID, we have managed to double the size of the economy of Uganda. This June this year, Ugandan economy is going to be $66 billion economy. Ugandan economy was $34 billion in 2021. So we have the capacity to double the size of the economy, and this has been done in a very difficult period. So we can achieve it in the coming years. And what are we planning to do? Don't know, this thing sometimes doesn't move. We have those areas we have identified, the 4 key areas we want you, our partners, to come and we work with to develop. We call them the ATMs. We all know the ATM. When you hear the ATM, money. Going to a machine to draw money. But you can't draw money from a machine where you did not deposit. You must have deposited in the bank for you to draw the money. So these 4 areas are the areas of investment which we are identifying in Uganda. They have 12 tracks, areas of opportunity which we want to emphasize in the next 15 years. The first is in agriculture, agro-industrialization. We want to industrialize our agriculture by developing our value chains right from research to the markets of about 80 key value chains, starting with the coffee. We have a lot of good coffee here. I've told you we earned $2.2 billion last year from coffee beans, exporting coffee beans. That coffee we drink when we go to Europe, when we go to Dubai, comes from here. One time His Excellency took me to, it's called the DMCC. They have sacks of coffee there, 60 kilograms of sacks of coffee beans. Those are the ones which we exported. Now, we earned $2.2 billion. If we had added value to those bags of coffee we exported, because the price they gave us was a good price, $4.75 per kilo of coffee beans. That was the average price last year, $4.75. A value-added kilogram of coffee, just roasting it and packaging it, is $30 a kilo. $30. If you did some math, from which I've already done with my team, if we added value to just half of that coffee, Uganda would have earned $13 billion. $13 billion. So we donated about $9 billion by exporting coffee beans. If we had added value to it, we would have earned that $9 billion, plus the jobs of roasting and packaging and so on. Okay, if you can't take the roasted coffee, there are other forms of coffee now, coffee value add, which we can do. And we're already experimenting this. So we want partners whom we can work with to get these value chains and exploit the full potential. The same can apply to our dairy products, our beef, our fruits. We have here very good tropical fruits, organic fruits. We can add value to them, and so on and so forth. So we expect that from agriculture alone, we can earn $20 billion of export value. And these are mainly tracker number one by commercializing and formalizing farming in Uganda. We have good arable land everywhere in Uganda, except very few places. You just throw the seed, it will germinate. And now we are adding on irrigation because we want to stabilize the agriculture and so on. So there's opportunity in modern farming. There's also opportunity in a deepening structured value added, the one I've been explaining, adding value to our agriculture. The next is tourism. Tourism is the big thing now because Uganda's tourism potential is $50 billion. We have been doing nothing in tourism and earning about over $1 billion. We are now coming in aggressively to package Uganda, repackage it, promote it. There is what we call branding Uganda. The way you have branded, for example, UAE, Dubai, I like the way UAE has branded itself. Everywhere you are in the planet, and you talk of Dubai or UAE, the signal is very clear. You are talking of efficiency. You are talking of, I think now Dubai is the most efficient city in the world. You will get any service, anywhere, at any time. That is what we want to get from some of you. How do we work together? Because here we have a huge opportunity of a virgin place where we do things almost organically. So how do we branding ourselves and then selling ourselves to the world? And we improve tourism. So in track 3, we want to increase the number of tourists who come 5-fold. And then we double the average they spend and also the average they stay here. Just double it, we shall be able to get to that amount of money. Then minerals. We have a number of minerals in Uganda. From gold, which is more popular, but also we have iron ore. So Uganda can become one of the top steel makers in Africa. because we have very good quality iron ore, 99% purity. When you see the stone of iron ore from some of our parts of Uganda, the stone itself is like a machine already. Just processing it, adding the reducing agents, and you have very good quality steel. So we are looking for partners to develop our steel industry. We are looking for partners to develop our tin. We have also tin here. We have phosphates. We have limestone in big quantities. Now we have also gotten rare earth minerals. So we can develop the EV from here using the mineral resources we have. We are now, as government, working on quantification of these minerals so that investors like you have the clear idea on the quantities we have, and you come and we partner. You just bring capital and know-how. We bring the mineral and the other needed resources, land and so on. And we work together to earn about $25 billion in export earnings from the mineral value chains. Lastly is science, technology, and innovation. I was told that the Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovation was here yesterday, so I shouldn't belabor. That industry of new knowledge, of the new economy, younger people having brains which are quite different from ours. They think of certain things differently. They are here, very smart Ugandans, Ugandan younger people. How do we leverage them? Scientists. By getting know-how from elsewhere and work with them. Because you have done it perhaps better in UAE, so we need people whom we can work with in the EV industry, in innovations, various innovations, including pharmaceuticals, vaccines, and an array of areas which the minister must have explained to you. But also digitization of Uganda, the digital transformation. How do we get Uganda to operate like UAE? These days when I arrive in the airport there in Dubai, I don't need to go to the immigration. A few months ago, I used to stand in a smart gate. I smile, they say, you look at the light. I look there, it opens, I go. Now, they said it seems Ramadan is inconvenienced, standing in the smart gate. So now they put aside there that just walk. So I come and walk, and the light turns green, and I go. Sometimes you see people stranded, they think they are not cleared, until the officer tells them, go, just go and enjoy yourself. So we need these things to happen also here. That digital transformation, we need people we can work with to digitize Uganda, and we are ready to provide whatever is necessary to support. And this is a multiplier area which also includes the creatives. We have younger talents here who can do anything. Ugandans are very creative, but their creativity is not very well leveraged. So we are looking for partners we can work with to develop this area. But as we do the ATMs, we have also opportunities in the enablers of the ATMs. You know, Uganda is full of opportunities here, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a huge infrastructure gap. We want people to work with to develop the infrastructure. I've been talking about tourism. You can't do tourism without infrastructure, without functional airports in our regional tourism sites. And thanks to UAE, we are developing one. We want more of the kind. We are working on Chidepo Airport with the soldier here. We want to work on southwestern Uganda, Ambassador. Get us more opportunity. We want to work on Rwenzori, Kasese. I want actually a good investor whom we can work with to develop the cable car facility on Rwenzori Mountains. It is the snow-capped mountain. Many people want to come and hike that mountain, but they can't climb the whole stretch of it. We need the cable cars there. So anyone who's interested, we shall provide all the necessary support to develop that area. We have other opportunities, so many of them, in terms of infrastructure. So in the infrastructure area, we have very good opportunities. Electricity, he has already said UAE has already invested in this area. I don't need it to be labor. We need more energy to power the tenfold growth. We are now at just about 2,000 megawatts of clean energy. In Uganda, we have only clean energy, renewable. We would want to add on because we have the resources. We have now a site for a dam which can produce nearly 1,000 megawatts of hydroelectric power. We need an investor. We have already opportunities, as he has told you, in geothermal, in solar, and other, even in nuclear. We have uranium here. We can develop nuclear energy in Uganda. We need investors in these areas. And for your information, the near future is for countries like Uganda with the resources for renewable energy. Why? Because there is a decarbonization agenda going on in the world. And with this decarbonization, it will be very difficult for industrialists to continue locating factories in areas without sources of clean energy. Unlike a dirty energy which you can put in a container and transport, coal or petroleum products, you can put in a container and take them to Tokyo, Japan. With the clean energy, you have to locate where it is. So I would want to encourage you to come to Uganda and develop these huge sources of clean energy, because farms are going to relocate to where this clean energy is. Leave alone the carbon credits which now they are using to neutralize their CO2. In the near future, it will be a requirement that you switch off your plant if you can't power it with the clean energy. And Uganda is one of those countries, few countries with huge potential for clean energy. We have also irrigation. We want to stabilize agriculture, as I've told you, so we need investors in irrigation. We have services, education, health care. Education and health care. International schools, modern training facilities for skilled labor, because Ugandans are very young people who need skills, they will be welcome. Security, we are working on it as government. It's an enabler. Uganda is one of the safest countries in Africa. And also the financial services. We need more financial services. Patient capital for the tenfold growth. Because growth requires appropriate capital, appropriate finance. Our finance in Uganda, one of the constraints we have in Uganda is finance. Our money is expensive in Uganda. We are trying as government to de-risk private sector by providing some development capital, but it's an area which is also an opportunity. An investment bank. If you brought an investment bank in Uganda, you will die of money. here, because there is a huge appetite for investment finance. And finally, the other enabler is us, government, domestic revenue mobilization. But also we need partners who can bring appropriate technologies to collect more revenue without harassing Ugandans. The commissioner here, to collect tax, these Ugandans think is harassing them because he's always knocking them, bring the money. Government needs money. You need to pay tax without anyone asking you. Technology has now done that. AI can identify those who are not paying. You don't need to go to people's homes all the time. Who has built which building and it's not paying tax? We just, put them on the digital system. So we want also those capabilities to get integrated in our domestic revenue. As I conclude, why should we invest in Uganda, not in any other place? Because there are so many other places with these opportunities. There are about 6 key things I want to leave you with. First, Uganda is a place with one of the highest returns on investment in the world. You invest in Uganda, you make money. Our average return on investment is 14%. Go and check the world, check the internet, ask Google, the AI, ChatGPT. Where on earth do you find this return on investment? 14%, just the average. But different sectors have different returns on investment. Some of them are as high as 38% return on investment. The return on equity is even better. Return on equity for the listed companies. When you look at the macroeconomy of Uganda, it's very well governed, stable, well managed. It is suitable for a developed society. But it is here in Uganda. There is no inflation in Uganda. Uganda doesn't have any immediate history of inflation. We get any signal of inflation, we arrest it right away. We have an independent central bank doing a fantastic job of keeping the macroeconomy stable. At our Ministry of Finance, when you look at the macro risk, go and check it from the IMF numbers across the world, you will see very low macro risk. Why? Because the economy is very well managed. With the head of state, who is a very good economist, is the one who actually pretends over most of these things. It doesn't give headache to the bureaucrats. The bureaucrats were the ones who actually sometimes want to give headache. So the macroeconomy is very well governed, and also government of Uganda is pro-private sector, very pro-private sector. In Uganda, the private sector is the king. The economy is fully liberalized. Government has no business in doing business, in interfering with business, as long as the business satisfies the government few requirements. Pay tax, ensure that you are registered with authorities, and so on and so forth. But we are fully liberalized. Our capital account is open in Uganda. You bring your money to Uganda, you take your money when you feel like taking it. We don't ask you, where are you taking the money? Because we did not ask you, why are you bringing the money? In Uganda, we leave the capital account open. We can actually give you security if you need the security to take your money at a time when you feel like taking it. And most importantly, in Uganda, we have now a package of very generous incentives for private sector. You just tell us what you need to make you make money, we provide that. If they are the capex which are causing problems because of land, we provide free land for investment. If it is electricity which is causing problems for you to connect, we connect for you the electricity. You only pay the bills you have used and which you can cover in the pricing model you have. So in Uganda, our incentive package, I hope my team from UIA, Uganda Investment Authority, has provided the incentive package. Very good. And others, URA here should tell you, there are people who line up at my ministry saying, now, sir, you know, I'm a Ugandan. I want also to benefit like foreign investors. I tell them, please go to URA. If you are doing the following, all of these things you are saying you are doing, you are not supposed to pay this tax and this tax and this tax. All of these incentives are available for both foreign direct investors and Ugandan business people. Investors, not importers. There is a difference. Some Ugandans complain because they want to be importers. You bring a lot of Chinese goods, we tax you some money so that we can facilitate the others who are going to produce and export to UAE. The legal framework in Uganda has been also strengthened to ensure that corporate governance improves. We have been having this problem of corporate governance, which was affecting trust issues. The trust, we have now enhanced our company law so that we can improve the corporate governance for our investors. And lastly, when you invest in Uganda, you have access to the market in Africa. You will not be taxed when you export to all African countries, because we were covered by the East African community here, 8 countries. Then COMESA, you stretch to COMESA, about 26 countries. And then Africa, Continental Free Trade Area, which we are ratifying and working, and is going to give access to a market of $3 trillion of African market. So you invest here, you are able to have a bigger market. You are not just looking at the market of Uganda and UAE alone. You will be having a market as large as $3 trillion of GDP now for Africa. Our pledge as government to you, our partners in this development, is one: we shall do whatever is necessary to facilitate your investment. You just tell us what is affecting you, we are going to solve it. We are going to ensure that that is dealt with. I've heard what the ambassador is raising, some of the issues. These are the issues which we are working on. Ambassador, just trust me, like you trusted me 5 years ago. I met Ambassador before he was appointed Secretary to Treasury, and he came and said, the president has told me, you give me money for the expo. I said, I give you money? From where? Because I was just having a cup of coffee. He told me, no, the president has said I come to you. I told him, well, I'll find out. And as they said, the rest is history. I facilitated the ambassador to do his work. We shall do whatever is necessary, Ambassador, to ensure that you continue to bring investors to Uganda. And dear investors, you are in the right place. We are going to do whatever is necessary to facilitate you. I thank you very much.
Thank you, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance. Actually, you've been speaking to some issues you've raised, the investors are here. You talked about the smart gates. One of the companies that is doing part of the solution in Dubai is here, Fly6, please stand up. They are here. They already at a high level of negotiation with immigration. So I think before you leave, they will update you on the meeting they had with immigration yesterday. They're already doing that in Kenya, and they've already supported here the Buganda Kingdom, the digital land titles. So we shall arrange for you to interact with them. And PS, I want to assure you to emphasize what you said, that it's possible to grow our economy 10 times. When we were preparing for this forum, I checked the figures with the World Bank. I mentioned this yesterday. The UAE economy in 1970 was valued at $600 million US. And the Ugandan economy was 2 times bigger at that time in 1970. But where we want to be by 2040 to grow it 10 times is where they are now. The economy is 537. So they are critical partners. For the UAE delegation, I want to inform you that with us here for purposes of G2B, the meetings you requested, we have representation of the Minister of Energy. Anyone from Minister of Energy, please stand up. Energy, they are here, so you interact with them. Those of real estate, we have the ED, the CEO of Uganda National Housing and Construction Corporation. Mr. Kaijuka Kenneth is here. We shall create a slot for him to tell you about the opportunities. Uganda Airlines, you've heard us talking about expanding the market. The PSS is here. You are talking about the cargo flight. We need the cargo flight yesterday. So please follow up with him. UI, are you still here? I want to recognize the arrival of the Executive Director of Uganda Insurance Regulatory Authority. He will tell you about the insurance policy of Uganda. UIA was here with us yesterday. I can also see the Deputy Executive Director of KCCA, Kampala State Council Authority. UTB, are you here? Uganda Tourism Board. Then Uganda Free Zones Authority. Are you yet here? The Registration Bureau, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, are you here? I saw your stall there. They are here. If you want to register your company. We've brought a one-stop center here for the investors that want to decide to register a company today. Then Uganda Revenue Authority, the PS has recognized you. They will talk about the taxation policy. I saw the Minister of Environment. Are you here? And Water, Minister of Water and Environment. Immigration, stand up for recognition once again. Immigration, they are behind here. So Fly6 is here. They've already texted something. We hope we can conclude that. I want to recognize the arrival of BIA. When you came to UAE, you remember we took you to visit the largest waste management plant in the Middle East, BIA. They've just arrived. Where are you, BIA? They are here. They are here to conclude the discussions with KCCA. And what is interesting about them, Mr. Pierce, the proposal they've done is not only to resolve the Chitez problem, but the entire waste management policy of Uganda. Then also, I would like to, you've talked about oil and gas. We have some companies that came from the oil and gas sector. Can you please stand up? you wanted some meetings. We shall also create for you an appointment to meet with the PSST. And Mr. Permanent Secretary, you talked about expanding the market. We've been so innovative as the mission and consulate in Dubai. We've created the business center to support the small and medium-sized enterprises to expand their market, do market intelligence, and also support them registering in the UAE. And as we talk now, 100 Ugandan companies have registered in the UAE. So the MC, please come and take us through. I think we are going to the panel where the PS is one of the panelists. Thank you.
All right, well said. Thank you very much, the Permanent Secretary, for your address and our host for the 3 days. We are delighted. I'm sure the 3 days don't feel like they're enough, but we can consult our host and see what to do about it. So we are going to have a panel session, but I'd like us to have a working tea. So we pick a cup of tea outside, I'll stretch a little bit, and then head back, and I'll invite Raymond Mujuni, seasoned journalist, also a podcaster at Grab a Coffee. If you head over to YouTube, you check them out. Raymond, take the stage and call up your panel. And if you really would like to have a cup of tea, kindly feel free, just pick it and get back as we proceed with the program.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Walter. We've already spent a lot of our time, so I'm going to make sure that we do this very quickly and catch up. I want to invite my panel here, starting, of course, with no less than the Secretary to the Treasury himself, Mr. Ramadan Gobi. And you please give him a round of applause as he comes back. I know that your hands might have been tired from clapping from him before. I want to invite Mr. Abel Kagomire. Mr. Abel Kagomire is from the Uganda Revenue Authority. Uganda Revenue Authority is in charge of the taxes of the nation. Please clap for him if you want your tax matters to be handled well. I want to invite Mr. Walid Kule. Mr. Walid Kule is Assistant Commissioner for Registration Services at the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I saw Mr. Walid Kule at the back, so please you also clap for him as he comes to the front. I also want to invite Ms. Rita Nabaterega. Rita is from the Uganda Investment Authority, and they are the port of call for the investors coming into Uganda. And then very finally, I want to invite Mr. Deo Nyanzi, who is the head of government relations at the Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines is the national airline, and also if you're flying from here to the UAE, they should be your preferred airline. And these are our panelists for today. So I want us to get very quickly into the conversation for today. Your Excellencies from both Uganda and the UAE, it's my honor, of course, to be the moderator of this panel. I am consistently called to lecture at Anwar Gagash, the Diplomatic Academy in UAE, and I always spend the first 10 minutes telling them about the beauty of Uganda. I was happy that Ramadan has done that for us, so I don't have to do it, but it's a very interesting place to be. And maybe I want to start with you, Ramadan, and you've listed the ATMs, which is really where many of the investors would like to come and have a port of call. In terms of growing the economy tenfold, the ambassador stole my talking point, but the UAE is one of those economies that you look at and say tenfold economic growth in such a short time. They've become the port of call for the world, and we admire them, the structure of the economy. In terms of looking at where we are economically and where the UAE is economically, are there bridges that we're building to understand how the economy works and so that we can be of help to them as they are of help to us.
Thank you, but I'm afraid the people have gone all to pick tea. Whom am I going to speak to?
I don't know if they can be invited back or we can wait for them.
Maybe.
I didn't have the power to vary the time.
Because
but if they vary our time for 10 more minutes, then I am happy.
Yeah.
Where is Asha? Is she in the room? Can we have 10 more minutes? Great. So we have a 10-minute break. Can our panelists also be given tea then in the 10 minutes maybe so that we can start? Thank you. So we have a small 10-minute break and then we will be able to start. Thank you so much. All right, I guess that we can start now. Alhaj Kadunabi, I want to smuggle you onto my panel, so one of these seats has been reserved for you, so that you can tell us about insurance and insuring risk for investors coming into the country. So a round of applause for Alhaj Kadunabi, who wasn't introduced earlier. But Ramazan, I wanted to come back to you. You know, this tenfold economy, we must also use time sparingly. I just wanted you to help us understand the linkages between our economy and the UAE economy so that people coming from the UAE into Uganda can understand the similarities and some of the differences that they might find in these two economies.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can't get tired of speaking about the economy to our distinguished visitors and our prospective investors and those who have already invested with us. Of course, we have a long history with the UAE as Uganda, especially when it comes to business. We have grown up, all of us, knowing Dubai. In terms of getting good quality products to the Ugandan market. Most of our traders used to go to Dubai in the 90s, in the 2000s. The trade peaked, but it was a one-way trade then, mainly importing from Dubai, being the center for the global markets. But now, beginning around 2010, we have seen a tremendous growth in our trade relations, and then recently in the investment arena. And as the ambassador, His Excellency Chibeda, has indicated in his remarks, now UAE is the top export destination for Uganda. We are selling a lot of products there. Of course, gold is outstanding, but also other products, coffee, the food products, and so on and so forth. And also we have still good the trade direction coming from Dubai to Uganda. Now, of course, UAE is very, very advanced in terms of the technology, in terms of the way of doing things, the way of doing business, the organizational capacities, the know-how of doing modern business. And this is what we would want now to get. You know, Raymond, unlike many things, technology is not something you can easily transfer without transferring the human being. Because technology, the most important part of technology can be gadgets. I'm speaking through a microphone. It is amplified and everybody hears. This is technology. But also there is codes as technology. Then there is the tacit knowledge. That one you can't explain. You can't easily explain to somebody else. That one is the know-how. Now, that one has to move with the human being. That's why it is so important for us to have this free flow of people between Uganda and UAE. The UAE people coming to Uganda and Ugandans going to UAE. That way, we get technology transfer from the UAE more easily. Recently, as government, we entered into an agreement with the government of UAE where we are making it easier now for the people of Uganda to move to UAE, but also the people of UAE to come to Uganda. So visa-free, we are working on the next steps so that it can be improved. It can be implemented. That way, we are hoping that we shall be able to see an exponential growth in the business relations we are having already. We have gotten big deals from UAE already. They are going to build with us our oil refinery, the first oil refinery in the region here. We are going to build it with the investors from UAE, with the government owning 40% and the private investor from UAE owning 60% of the refinery, so that we can refine some of our oil products and earn more money from them. We are going to export some crude using the pipeline we are about to complete. It's now 90% almost complete. Next year, we hope we shall be able to be through. So we got this big deal to build this 60,000 barrels a day refinery. It's relatively small, but fit for purpose for our economy and the region. We are also having these various now investments which have been coming our way, as we also contribute what we have best, the resources, the human capital. UAE is training a lot of our younger people in how to manage the service industry, especially. You know, our economy is not yet at a level where service industry can easily be managed efficiently, because for you to manage the service industry, you need to train people on the job, not just to take them somewhere in a school and train them. And UAE is providing this opportunity. Many of them go there, they come back, and they are very good entrepreneurs. So all of these kind of things which we are now working, by the way, before I end, on the halal, because the ambassador was talking of the quality and standards and so on of our food products and so on. We are working with the Islamic Development Bank to concretize the halal bureau here, so that our food can be received in UAE when it's already certified food products, halal food products. And we are in advanced stages of achieving this. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ramadan. I think that points us to where the economy is. You can clap. He's done a great job at showing where the money might be. I want to come to Mr. Kule. And Mr. Kule, the reason I'm coming to you is that you sit at the heart of business registration in Uganda. And there's no way that work can happen without you. And I wanted you to first speak about, one, the ease of registration for business, the kinds of things you might require from a business coming from the UAE, and how you might facilitate them registering much easier and starting their business.
Yes, thank you very much, Canary. We are speaking...
Raymond, no worries. We look alike, but it's fine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. We are speaking economy today. Anything to do with economy, there are three things that we must discuss whenever such an opportunity comes. Everybody who is going to make an investment in the country, he would be concerned of how he gets into the economy, or how he gets into the country, or how he gets his business into the country. The other question that must be addressed is, while he is in the country, what happens there? And then lastly is how that person exits the country. And I'm glad the PSST puts to light quite a number of things that happens when you're here. Now, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, our responsibility is to see how easy an investor comes to start registration in Uganda. We've had a little bit of history from 1912, when we had the first entity get onto the register, the processes we used to go through and what we are doing today. The question of how easy it is, how trusted is the process, but also how trusted is the data that is collected. So at the Bureau, our focus has been to ease the journey of any person who wants to conduct registration. We left the phase of a person needing to come to our offices, a person to have to look for how to make payments for the service, but also a person to have to bring to us quite a number of bulk documentation. So today, a person sits wherever they are, access our service online, submit their application, and we process the application without that person coming to our office. And that process includes making payments, and those payments are even include using payment methods such as using Visa, among others. So the requirements that we want are basic. We usually say that we want a person to identify themselves. If you want to open a company called X Limited, we want you to identify yourself. Identification will require you to give us your passport information, but also if you are a national here, or if you are working with some nationals here, they give us their identity information. After that, we want you to give us information about the nature of investment, the nature of business that you're going to do while in this country. We want to know the location, the address. If people want to reach you, where exactly do they find you? But also, you give us some classification of how the ownership of this company is going to be. Who are the owners? How do they own the stock in this company? Who is the majority? Who is the minority? But also, what are the rules of engagement amongst the investors as they invest? And then lastly, you must give us the leadership. Who are the people in charge? Who are the directors? You heard the PSST talking about aspects of corporate governance. We need to know who are these people, who is responsible for what in this kind of an investment. So those are the basic requirements that you have to give us. The Bureau goes ahead to do one more aspect, that when you come, we take the opportunity to train those who need the services of training. How best do you manage this establishment? How do you ensure that you minimize conflicts amongst yourselves? Because these are some of the issues that keep coming up amongst people. But also, if there are any disputes that have arisen amongst the investors, You know, like any other arrangement, you come together to do some business. There might come issues, there might come questions that you need to be guided on how to address them. So the Bureau comes in to offer this guidance when there are any disputes that might happen amongst you. But lastly, if the time reaches when you want to exit, if the objective for which you formed this establishment has ceased to exist, you want to end the business, the Bureau has the responsibility to also facilitate your safe exit. How do you live? If there are people who must pay you, how do they pay you? If there are people you must pay, how do you pay them? And I'm happy to report that all this process is digitized and you do not need to come to our office for any of those services. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kulim. Just before I move away from you, you've talked very well about the digitization, but if I had everything I needed and I'm seated in Abu Dhabi right now, how long would it take me to have a functionally registered business to do business in Uganda?
The time we work with is a maximum of 4 hours, but company registration is one of the services that we have instant. You submit an application now, within an hour, 2, and a maximum of 4, you will have a company registered.
Okay, great. So now, 4 hours. I want to come to you, Rita, and the reason I'm coming to you is, of course, you're the port of call for investment in Uganda. Anyone who is an investor here must be looking at you and saying, this is who I need to talk to. One, what investment opportunities lie within the ecosystem for investors? But also, number 2, what work does UIA do in making it easy for investors to do business in Uganda?
Thank you, Raymond. To describe UIA, Uganda Investment Authority is the investment promotion arm of the government of Uganda. And our mandate is to coordinate, facilitate, promote, and attract both foreign and domestic investments into the country. I'm going to anchor into the coordination arm and the facilitation, because that's where majorly our role is seated. When we say we are coordinating, we work with the different private sector players and also the government of Uganda to map and identify the different investment opportunities in the country. Of course, we are anchored on the National Development Plan as the government side, but also from the private sector. We get to understand and see and map where the opportunities are, or even identify the gaps that you bring to us so that we understand where we need to drive policies, where we need to drive attraction of investments. And in all this, we are looking at making Uganda very competitive. So as we coordinate, we identify the opportunities that we promote to the different foreign investors, but also see how we facilitate the domestic investments here. And as such, I want to thank the embassy, because such engagements create the linkage where we get to know and join synergies so that we drive holistic and sustainable investments into the country. Of course, as a country, when we are attracting you, it's the competitiveness that sells. Uganda is comparatively advantaged. We have the tourism sector, agriculture, the mineral resource base that is actually very attractive. But as an investor, you're looking at having a competitive environment so that it's profitable on your side. So what we are doing as government of Uganda, and this is where UIA, we have the one-stop center that's managed by Uganda Investment Authority. But this is in coordination with other government agencies. And here we have the registration body, the tax body, where we are all in one place physically and also virtually. And this is to reduce the bureaucratic process, but also the cost of doing business, where as an investor, you can plug into a single window and get all the necessary permits and licenses that you need to incorporate and start an investment into the country. The facilitation arm, of course, investment promotion and attraction is a journey. We guide you on business advisory services like mapping the opportunities, but also as you establish, we are here to walk the journey with you so that we facilitate and solve the issues that you could face as you're setting up your business and incorporating here in the country. So that is one process we have in place. And also we encourage, this is as a clause, I encourage the investors, especially the ones now like from UAE, please use the embassies in place because we are working very closely with them. But also as you come into the country, All of us here are mandated and regulatory bodies that are in place to facilitate you. So utilize the government as you're setting up businesses because the procedures are in place, very competitive and clear, and we are ready to facilitate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rita. I also wanted you to talk about where might someone find the Uganda Investment Authority if I am seated in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai right now, and I'm keen.
Yes, we have a website. Of course, it's www.ugandainvest.go.ug. But also on that, we have a portal, an eBiz portal. And I think that's going into the licensing and registration. This is an eBiz portal where you can log in and then you get your company incorporated after certification and incorporation. And then we can also issue an investment license online. And you don't have to be here physically. And it takes 24 hours. We've reduced from 72 to 48. Now we are 24 hours. Within a day, you can be issued with an investment license.
All right. So 4 hours to register, 24 hours to get a license. And now investors want to come to the more complex part, Mr. Abel, which is the tax of the country. Of course, part of becoming a tenfold economy is that we need a lot of money to get there. And the targets for you are really tough. Some of those targets, I think right now you're at 37 trillion shillings that you must collect for Mr. Ramadan. He must have that money, whether you want it or not. If you could briefly describe for investors what the tax environment of Uganda looks like and how URA exists to enable them to do business in Uganda.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, just to summarize, the way we do taxation in Uganda is that in terms of policy, we are not supposed to tax production. And government has come up with clear policies that would guide us in our taxation regime. One is the import substitution policy, whereby we are doing more of importation of raw materials. So most investors who import raw materials, you'll find the common external tariff, there are no taxes. There are no import duties because you're coming to produce. And at the end of the day, when you produce, that means we have to export. So when you look at the tax regime now, we are not dependent more on international trade taxes, but more on domestic taxes. That's why when PSST and the team are giving us targets, they're increasing more on the domestic taxes, contributing about 66% of the taxes, and then customs is doing about 34%. So what is customs left to do? A lot of trade facilitation. We know our unique position in the East African region, being at the center. We have the markets in South Sudan, you have the markets in DRC, you have the markets in Rwanda and Burundi, and we are at the center. So what do? Make sure you digitize the process and make sure goods from the ports, from Mombasa and Dar es Salaam are moving so fast. So we did a time release study and said they used to spend 21 days. After the time release study in 2009, now we spend 4 days to get from Mombasa to Malaba or to Uganda and Kampala. And we want to reduce it even further. So getting out of URA is about 3 to 3 hours, but if you worst, and these are mixed goods you've imported, you can do a day. But if you have a raw material like we normally clear, we really clear you very fast. So in terms of taxation, we don't tax imports of raw materials. If you are importing goods which we really manufacture here, and the PSST talked about some, the tires, for example, we have enough. We have enough tires. Then expect to pay a bit higher, their tariffs. So our band, the highest now is 35%. The next is 25%, followed by 10% and 0% for imports. So you'll find all raw materials, 0%. Intermediate goods at 10%. And then finished goods, 25 and 35. So that's how it is. And the PSST touched more on focusing on domestic revenue mobilization. So when you look at what we are leveraging on is technology. At URA, we've been supported by government to digitize all the systems. Whether it's at customs importation, we get to know your goods before they arrive. Whether it's at the airport, we get to know your goods before they arrive. We used not to do that before. So by the time you hit Kampala or wherever, we know what you should pay. You can choose even to pay when you're at Mombasa or Dar es Salaam. Unlike before where you would come and first log your goods and then pay from here. That's a huge facilitation measure. For those going to neighboring countries, they have set up warehouses, and you can set up for re-exports or export and transit through Uganda to the neighboring countries. And then on the domestic revenue mobilization, we are leveraging more on value-added tax, the local excise duty, and then the manufacturers have now got a technology called the digital tax stamps. So we feel working with government, Registration Service Bureau, Uganda Investment Authority, the standards people, and we do APIs, accessing their systems. We'll be able to improve the efficiency and clear our investors so fast. So that's how, in a nutshell, how we are doing taxation, and we look forward to collecting the 37 trillion. Thank you.
I want to, please clap for him. I want to ask on behalf of the investors, and I know that many of them will ask this, complaint resolution mechanisms. If you and I don't agree on the amount of taxes, if you and I don't agree on when the taxes are due, what's the complaint mechanism like at URA?
Thank you. It's not complex. There are always tax disputes, of course, but usually they are based on the law, because taxation is based on the law. And maybe they come because of interpretation issues, or someone fails to interpret the common external tariff. You find like in UAE, they are using the 8-digit, in Uganda, 6-digit. For us, we are using 8-digit. So usually when they come here and East Africa are using 8-digit, they want to get that interpretation. Which raw material is this? And then the rate. So usually what happens, we have appeals mechanism in place that at the first level, if you are not satisfied with the decision, then you can go to the next level. We call it even up to legal. Before you go to courts, we have what they call alternative dispute resolution. So you can see, you go through the hierarchy of the process, and there are timelines. When you're done at the first stage, a decision is not made, the next stage, up to when you reach the alternative dispute resolution. If you have failed there, because you're on table and discussing the dispute, that's when we can go to court. But usually these are interpretation issues to do with the law, and where we explain it well, we have been satisfying our investors.
Thank you so much. Mr. Deo, I want to now come to you. Mr. Kule spoke about three things: how you get into the country, how you stay in the country, and how you leave the country. You're responsible for at least two of those, how you get and how you live into the country. And earlier on was speaking about Uganda Airlines being a very strategic investment for Uganda. One of the areas you fly definitely is the United Arab Emirates. Tell us how, one, that route has grown in terms of numbers and projections, but also how you can ease doing business for people who are both in the UAE and Uganda.
Okay, thank you, Raymond. The first level of facilitation is at a bilateral level, is between the governments. Article 1 of the International Civil Aviation Convention recognizes that state authority over the airspace of each country. That would mean that the airspace of Uganda and the UAE, those traffic rights are the mandate of the two countries. And therefore, for us to be able, as a carrier, to access those countries, we go by the traffic rights negotiated between the countries. And that's the basis of the bilateral air services agreement that we sign with between countries. The one between Uganda and the UAE has been subsisting for quite some time. But for most of that time, it has been one-sided, enjoyed by the UAE side, until Uganda Airlines launched, and therefore benefiting from that arrangement of facilitation at a bilateral level. And with that, at that bilateral level, and I want to thank Ambassador here, who has been at the center of it, the entire UAE is open to us. And through the embassy, that discussion has already been held with interest to even get into other areas of UAE. Now, at a level of how do we then facilitate the business between Uganda and the UAE? As a national carrier, our purpose is to provide connectivity between Uganda and the rest of the world. We are here to talk trade. You heard in the ambassador's speech that it's the first time in a long time that a country outside East Africa is the #1 export destination for our products. You know very well we don't share a border, a land border with the UAE, and therefore air transport becomes very primary in doing the linkage for trade. The primary mission for the airline is economic transformation for the country. And 3 things speak to that economic transformation, as highlighted by both the PSST and the ambassador. Increase the FDI, increase tourism, increase trade. The data that we've had, the growth in FDI, the growth in remittances, the growth in trade, the volume of trade, all speak to one thing: mobility. And that is what we provide as an airline. Currently, we, as Uganda Airlines, are offering scheduled flights between Uganda and the UAE, between Uganda and Dubai. And 3 primary products that we're offering: scheduled flights with passenger, but on those scheduled flights, we also have cargo. At this point, maybe I need to introduce my colleague, our head of cargo, Mr. Morrison Wedge. I know from here we may have a lot of discussions on cargo, and our Chief Commercial Officer, Mr. Redayo, seated next to him. So we are happy to negotiate all those big cargo deals out of here. Now, the discussion is on how we are growing the economy, Vision 2040, NDP4, and the anchor areas, agro-processing, tourism, mineral development, and STIs. On agriculture only, our primary export out of Entebbe, as Maurice will tell you, agro-based products. Every time we fly, you have our belly full of agro-produce. But the ambassador has told you that he's not going to wait for the vision for PSST of tenfold in 15 years. He said yesterday he's ready to do the tenfold now, because he's saying whatever we're exporting can be multiplied 10 times, and there will be consumption that is required in UAE. So that speaks to growth of our own capacity as an airline, beyond what we're doing on schedule, to now build our cargo capacity. And I'm happy our shareholder, the PSST, is here to support us towards growing that capacity on the freighter side. On the tourism side, we are looking at growing, under that vision, 10% contribution to the vision. Now, that 10%, we've seen the numbers. If you look at the numbers out of UAE to Entebbe, the UAE is #2 when you compare the traffic, Dubai and Sharjah into Entebbe. The UAE is number 2 destination. Now, if you want to grow the numbers of tourism, that is a primary destination that we are looking up to. Finally, again on tourism, we've noted that 90% of the population in the UAE, as Ambassador told you, is foreign. 10% is. There is the high net worth UAE, the Emiratis, who are getting in here. But then there's a 90% that comes from across the world to live and work in Dubai. That is a primary market that we are also looking at. So as a national carrier, finally, we are moving, we are moving in tandem with the national agenda.
Sorry, okay. As he takes a water break, you will have a chance to ask some questions, but that will be after we get Mr. Kadunabi. And maybe we'll come to Mr. Kadunabi as he catches a breath. Many investors in this room may not know just how important the insurers have become to Uganda. You've branched out into savings and asset management too, and you're also able to insure losses made on Ugandan soil. You're able to insure cargo in Uganda. Just help us walk us through, what would the insurance industry do to facilitating doing business in Uganda?
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to all of you. I want first to take this opportunity really to thank my colleague, the ambassador of Uganda to UAE for organizing, and other stakeholders for organizing this very important gathering. If you ask me what is the role of insurance, I want to begin by saying that everybody who has been talking here has been talking of investing money in Uganda. When you invest it in Uganda, even if you invest it in UAE, even if you invest it anywhere, if you work and have anything of value, the next question is that, have you protected that investment you have made? You can bring the money, open up a factory. What will happen tomorrow if any unfortunate event happens? So that's how insurance came into being, that very many people come together contributing little money or premiums, and the unfortunate few are paid from that pool. So the role of insurance, if you ask, is to protect your gains. When you have done it, it is insurance. I want to say that this protection has been done in many ways. To many people who are coming from the UAE might say that we are not very good at taking insurance from the conventional insurance companies. Uganda is the best place. We are inviting you on two fronts. One, we are inviting you that we are now in position to license Takaful, Islamic insurance. So if you are comfortable in Islamic insurance, feel free. We are also inviting you that you can even come and invest in Uganda. Investment in Uganda is not restricted. You can own a company 100%. What we say is that when you are doing that business, the rules of the game are as stipulated in the Insurance Act. And by and large, the Insurance Act is not creating new things. It is creating standardized operations. From the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, we get guidance on what we should look out for if we are looking at solvency of a company. If we are looking at someone who is coming from UAE and maybe he wants to buy a company in Uganda, he doesn't want to create a new one, we have standardized even accounting IFRS 17 and many other things, the capital adequacy ratios and many things. And these are helping to ensure that before you make a decision, either to insure your goods with any insurance company, you can ask for the accounts. And when you compare them or anybody is examining them, he doesn't find difficulties in knowing whether this company is strong in Uganda, and if I put it on the UAE structure, it would remain strong. That is good to make sure that the decisions you make are easy. We have all kinds of insurance policies. You can name any kind of insurance policy you would need, you will find it here. We are even insuring the petroleum, the petrol and the oils which we have here. The minerals, we are insuring all of that locally. So the people who are coming from out, I would only interest them to take up insurance. But the people who are coming from UAE would know what insurance is all about. Maybe the Ugandan team just need to copy from what they are doing. But equally, the life policies are important. You need life policies. And the law in Uganda is that for any asset which is residing in Uganda, and this includes people and the valuables or the factories, must be insured in Uganda. So those who are coming from out, make sure that you align your insurance needs to the law of the land. And we have also made life easy, working with other partners like Uganda Revenue Authority and other stakeholders. Even the goods which are coming from out, now we have the marine, which can be bought online, and it is mandatory for all goods coming in the country. They must take up local insurance policy. I just want to drum you up to make sure that you align your operations with the requirements of the law or the laws in Uganda. And I want to tell you that the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda is indeed providing the oversight role of making sure that we regulate. We are not over-regulating, but we are making sure that we want to provide confidence to you, people who are not insurance experts, that when you are taking up, you are buying that paper, you part with your money and you are given that paper must be of value. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Haj. Now the chance is yours. If you have questions to ask my panelists, just you put up your hand. I'm sure we'll have a microphone somewhere. We'll try and pick you. You let us know who you're asking your question to. Just identify yourself so that we're able to know each other in the room, and then your question will be answered. So yes, there's a gentleman right at the front here. Let someone get a microphone to you. He's at the front here, at the very, very front. Any other person with a question? So, yes, there's a second gentleman there, and there's a third gentleman here. We'll start at the front. No, here, right here. Oh, we're making our immigration officers work. This is Uganda at work, really.
Testing. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sudhir Babu. I'm a lawyer, practicing in Dubai around 28 years. Just, I want to know that regarding the two things. One is the taxation law. Second one, the lease. If there is an issue for the lease between both parties, how we can going to settle about second question regarding the taxation. The recovery stage. Okay, there is any arbitration clause here or not? Thank you.
Just help me repeat the question on the lease. I didn't get it.
If it is the lease dispute, like example, if I am an investor, I came here and I took the land around 30 years.
Yes.
Maybe after 1 year, 2 years, how can I break the lease contract?
All right. Thank you so much. There was a gentleman there. Yes, you already have the microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is David Kagoro from Coop Farms, Africa. We are a crowd farming business whereby hundreds of people invest behind one particular agricultural project to manage consistent supplies all year round of right quality agro-produce. So in trying to incentivize investors into this collective farming, we need an element of insurance. So my question goes to Mr. Kadnad. Do we have, what is the most appropriate agro insurance service that we can take on so that these investors in the collective farming can feel confident in embracing this particular scheme? As you can see, we are solving very many things. We are enhancing agro-industrialization because we'll be having sufficient agro-produce supply. We'll be able to consistently give out to our commitment, supply goods to whichever foreign markets we do have. So we really need this takeoff, but people must feel secured. The investment must feel secure. So agro insurance. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that question. I hope Alhaj Kadnabi has taken it down. There's a gentleman here and a gentleman behind him, and then I think we'll go to the back of the room. But let's first have these two gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know who to direct my question to, but anyone that could answer it. I am a Ugandan trader for coffee options and futures on the Dubai market and also on the London coffee market. And for some reason, I know that Uganda is one of the drivers of coffee prices in the world. And for some reason, we do not have a local exchange here in Uganda to attract foreign direct investment on digital trades for those people that do not want to directly own the physical product because of logistic reasons and everything. Do you see, my question is, do you see a future where Uganda can develop these digital platforms for us to be able to harness foreign direct investment for people that are not going to come directly down to Uganda? Because I know the ambassadors are doing so much to bring to us investors to see what Africa, but it is not easy because of the picture the media has painted on Africa. So a very big applause to the ambassadors. But yet, if we did this digitally, we would attract foreign direct investment, boost us as local traders instead of going to the foreign markets and paying foreign taxes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think I will leave that to Ramadan. It's supposed to be a securities exchange question. Yes, to the gentleman at the back.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Munyonyo, and I work with RideLink, which is a logistics platform already facilitating trade between our two countries. One of the largest challenges we have is how to look for these partners or investors in the ecosystem. And my question is, do we have like a platform or somewhere online without having to go to different offices where we can find some of these people who are setting up shop within the country that we can continue to support and do more business with? Because at the end of the day, the reason why we're at this forum is to find some of these partners. But in a day or two, I may not be able to talk to everyone. So if we have like a platform, we could maybe get to know about it, and then we could start to make some of these partnerships possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Amon, for that question. The gentleman at the back, I think that question will go to both URSB and His Excellency. We will draft you onto our panel for that question. There's a gentleman at the back, and then a lady, and then this gentleman, and then we'll come back to the panel because of time.
Thank you. My name is Tisa Patrick. I represent a company called A&S Electronics Limited. We're into ICT and power. Now, my question goes to the PSST. We have UAE coming here, and we have Uganda. Basically, these are two different cultures. UAE, most of us that have visited it, has perfected the economy on honest and truth. Several times companies have come here. As Ugandans, we've partnered with them and then reached on the Ugandan side. Unfortunately, we didn't have PPDA coming here. Is there some reservations that is going to be done for UAE companies that have come, for local companies that are going to partner with them, such that if there are procurements done in the government sector and the synergy is good, technically and compliant, some level of acceptance in the procurement department, a bit guaranteed, like power. We have to import technology from UAE, partner with the professionals. Now you find it that in our procurement system here, some years ago, the government made a decision that if you have one company, let's say having 5 jobs at the same time, probably it's not given another contract. Several times here, Ugandan companies have bidded, and the partner from outside. Once they contact us that how far are the decisions, they bid 10 times, maybe that is 3 years, they get frustrated. Next time we try to partner with them, they pull out. So is there some reservation, since this is a partnership between two governments, that local companies that will implement the UAE technology into the Ugandan procurement space are given some kind of priority? Thank you.
All right, thank you. The lady, if you could keep your question brief. Yes, she's right there at the back.
Thank you, Raymond. My name is Nancy from the Association of Uganda Tour Operators. My question goes to the gentleman from URSB. As associations and Uganda Tourism Board, we are very keenly looking at the quality of tour operators that we have in the country. Much as we are trying to attract the UAE investors and see how we can work together, we do have a challenge internally that we need to deal with. Uganda Tourism Board has added Certificate of Good Conduct as a requirement for anyone to be licensed to operate as a tour operator. But the Uganda Registration Services Bureau registers everybody. As long as you want to do the business, you come, you're registered as a tour operator. Now we have people that mismanage tour companies, fleece clients and all, and they abandon those companies and come back to URSB and register another company. But now you have no way of tracking what happened to the previous company that this person opened. So URSB, we want to know what are you doing to ensure that the quality of the businesses that you register are the right qualities that we need, because they are spoiling it for the legit ones that are operating. So you need to find a way how you're going to be able to work with the bodies in place to ensure that much as we are trying to attract foreign investors to come and work with us, to promote tourism, since it's among the ATMs, we are also doing the right things on ground. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There's a gentleman there, and here, okay, we could start here where the microphone is. Someone get a microphone to this gentleman too. Yes.
Hi, my name is Muhammad Ashraf. I'm a part of UAE delegation.
Can someone get a working microphone? Okay.
The question is here, simple, because we are
There's a microphone here. Let's use this one.
Yeah, as I say, I'm Muhammad Ashraf. I'm the chairman and group chairman of Orbit Group. We are into different multiple business here in Dubai. Just to know that, here the whole story is to promote the business between Uganda and UAE. You know that UAE is in heaven in concerns of tax, promoting investments, and much on. This is what they attract whole world to the UAE. My question is to the Ugandan tax authority. What repatriation tax? What's your stand on that? For example, any foreign investor is investing in Uganda. What if he earn a good number of profit? And what are the repatriation tax which you are planning for? And how you can make it attractive that he can draw all the FDIs towards Uganda, which will be a great, influential, and much more attractive packages for the direct funding.
All right, that's recorded for the URA. Yes, there's a gentleman there and another one. Okay, this is the last question, the last two questions, I think.
Good morning. My name's Charles Achai. I'm in healthcare, pharmaceuticals, and medical supplies. Our company is based in Uganda and in South Sudan. So my questions to the PSST, more often the credit, as you have talked earlier about the ATMs of the 10 falls, credit access and credit ratings and interest are one of our greatest concerns as Ugandan investors. And compared to our counterparts in UAE, we have high interest rates, and we want to know from you if it is part of the government in the ATM 10 falls, if lower credit interest rates is also captured, because that will help us to frog leap into our 2040 visions. So the second question goes to the URBS. What country? We know language is very important. We have great English in Uganda, but our counterparts have got Arabic and English. Times a requirement by most of the countries about the kind of languages to be used. Do you have a program or a plan in future to incorporate probably a short course in Arabic that can easily access the wider market of the UAE? And I'm taking UAE as an example of Arabic, but also the other couple of languages. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Just a last question to the gentleman. Yes, there, and then we'll come back to my panel.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sam from BUH Consulting. I'm from UAE, and we are a consulting company. We help businesses and companies, governments to potentially raise funds, obtain credits, and as well as setting up a company in UAE. Now, I know that a lot of companies in Uganda are considering setting up in UAE. And there are many jurisdictions where you can set up a company. Now, there is one thing interesting about certain jurisdictions is that some government entities, they have allocated a portion of their budget to support companies that are registered within their jurisdictions. So if you are operating in a sector that is supported by that particular jurisdiction, then there's a very good chance that you can land contracts easier than compared if you were incorporated in another jurisdiction. So just wanted to bring that to the attention of those who are considering expanding to UAE. We can help set up a company if you want to have a conversation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we'll come back to the panel. Should we start from Rita and then end with Deo? Or in fact, end with the PSSD. So you respond to the questions, but you also make concluding remarks and then...
Thank you. Okay, none was directly sent to UIA, but I want to answer to those that we can actually directly give a response to. There was a question on setting up a shop for these opportunities, especially those in the different sectors, the Ugandan companies that would want to know the different opportunities or possible partnerships from the UAE companies and where we have such storage of information so that we create linkages. I want to reassure the investors, we have the Uganda Investment Authority team here. We have what we call the bankable project booklet. Now, I would encourage us to work from the side of Uganda. Here we profile the different companies with your areas of interest and your specialty, but we encourage to show the value proposition of whatever investment you're doing. We profile you on the government side of Uganda under the bankable project booklets, and we disseminate all these on the different partner stakeholder engagements, such as the business associations we have, the different embassies, so that we attract the partnership and linkage you're looking for. So I would encourage you to reach out to any of the UIA technical teams. The team is within here. We'll introduce ourselves so that we get to understand your company interests and profile you. We include you in what we call the promotional bankable projects that we promote and disseminate to the different interested investors. There was one as a facilitating agency that was on land. I know the Ministry of Lands would answer that better, but maybe I would encourage the investor to reach out to us to get to understand what your specific issue and challenge under this lease agreement you're facing, so that we get to know how we can facilitate the dispute that you're facing and we resolve it. Yes, so those are the two that were critical to my response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My two questions came on the taxation law. Thank you for that question. One, Uganda Revenue Authority was established as an act of parliament in 1991, and we administer many tax laws. It's not only one tax law. So you have the Income Tax Act, which the Law on Income Tax Act, you have the Value Added Tax, you also have the Excise Duty, Excise Act, Parliament. And now for customs, because we are in the East African community, the laws governing is the East African Community Customs Management Act. Now, all these laws are there to guide on how we collect direct taxes. Where I talk of direct taxes, we are talking of income tax, corporation tax, and then also collecting indirect taxes like value-added tax and the local excise duty. And then for customs, the East African Community Customs Management Act is regulating on how we collect import duties and excise duties that come. So in terms of arbitration, you asked about in case you are not satisfied, what do? I told you, you go through the whole process at URA. Then when you're not satisfied, the government has what we call the Tax Appeals Tribunal. Now that is court. You're not satisfied with the way taxation has gone. It's a Tax Appeals Tribunal. It must be fair. We go there and argue. When you win, you win. When we win, you lose. That's how it is. But in terms of international taxation, First of all, of course, when we are doing this, we are guided by the Tax Procedure Code, which has all those laws that I've talked about. But we also work closely with the OECD, and for customs, the World Customs Organization. So if you are still not satisfied on a customs issue, UAE is a member of the World Customs Organization. So you can appeal to the World Customs Organization if it's domestic tax or OECD. I think that is how I can explain the taxation law. But the taxation law is just there to help us collect direct and indirect taxes and customs.
Basically, capital gains.
Oh, that is income. That's again under the Income Tax Act, the 30% rate applies. Repatriation after investing. Oh, that is an incentive now. That's an incentive on the other side. No, you don't pay. After you have paid, you can repatriate. I think PSS Stephen talked about it in his presentation. You're free to invest and take back your money. So you can repatriate the funds.
The clarity he needs is that when he had because by the time you are repatriating, you have already paid your taxes. Now you have your money to take home. That one you just take. We don't tax you. Thank you.
Thank you. So that one you take. The other question was on the incentives. Thank you for that question. For foreign investors, you have if you are investing 10 million US dollars, you have a 10-year tax holiday. If you are investing in most of our industrial parks, and if you invest 10 million US dollars, you have a 10-year tax holiday, income tax, a tax exemption. And that's 30%. So feel free to come. Then you have VAT deferment. If you bring in plant and machinery, you don't have to pay VAT. You defer it. After production is when we start taxing you. So you have VAT deferment on plant and machinery, especially those which fall in Chapter 84 and 85. Then you have 0% import duty on your raw materials. 0% import duty on your raw materials. And if you are coming through the airport, you have the $2,000 baggage allowance. It used to be 500, but government has increased it to 2,000 US dollars allowance. And many other benefits that come, especially when you are bringing in raw materials, most of the goods are 0% import duty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Abel. Yes, Kule.
Okay, thank you very much. One question that came direct to URSB about what we are doing to ensure that if a person working in the tour operations area has done a mistake, how do we avoid such a person to come on the register to again do another business? I think this is a very important question. We have had a problem over a period of time that as government we have been working in silos. I collect information, the tourism board collects information about the same person. Tourism board treats that person different because of the licensing regime, whereas I also use that information in a very different way because I am a registration bureau. And this has been a challenge across board, and there are very many other government agencies that are struggling with that aspect. So what we are doing at URSB, and this is a project we are working on with PSST, we want to create one register where every other agency of government will be in a position to give us the information they require from any person for purposes of licensing. So once we have this information on this one register, the other institution, which now is the tourism licensing body, will only do one part to license. What that helps us with is to ensure that if a certain company has a problem with the licensing authority, then you cannot come behind and register another entity. So we want to consolidate this data and have visibility over the same. Have an element of ensuring that we even, for lack of a better word, blacklist some entities, blacklist some individuals for purposes of ensuring integrity. And this goes a long way to address one of the challenges a certain gentleman there asked the PSST. How are you going to address the issues, the trust issues? So we are building a robust register, a register which is accessible 24 hours with a lot of ease and convenience. You want to have information about any company, about any association, about any entity doing business in Uganda, just get onto that register and access everything that you want. One of the roles that URSB plays in the economy is to work as a clearing house when it comes to companies. If you want to access any information about a company, including its financials, you want to know whether they have any credits with any financial institutions, you want to know the capacity of its board, you want to know whether it's one of those which has defaulted on payments of its obligations. You want to know which people are in this company, including the information to do with the beneficial owners. All of that information is concentrated on this register and it's available for anybody to access. We think that's extremely important because it is key in making very serious investment decisions. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I want to come to Mr. Deo. People are very happy with your service. You didn't have questions, so you just have 1 minute to conclude and then...
Thank you very much. So once you're invested here, then there is a requirement for mobility, for transportation. Transportation of persons and transportation of goods as raw materials for you, the investor, or as finished products. Uganda Airlines is ready to provide the answer to that question. And we have very attractive packages in place for both cargo and passenger. Number two, the PSST did mention about the reasons for advantages for investing in Uganda. And he talked about access to the wider African market through the ESE, COMESA, and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. In terms of our operation as an airline, we are offering that advantage through our hub in Entebbe. We talked about our primary role being connectivity for Africa and the world. We are offering you, for someone from the UAE, we are offering you better connectivity for Africa through Uganda using our hub in Entebbe. We are now one of the very few airlines that have a very wide network across Africa. So through Entebbe, and I can see the Deputy Director General of CAA is smiling at that, because Entebbe has now become a focal point for travel across Africa. And therefore, once you come through Uganda Airlines and use our hub in Entebbe, you have better access, as a PSST demonstrated. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Al-Haj, there was a direct question for you from the audience and your concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. The people who are engaged in agriculture know that by and large in Uganda, we are dependent on nature. So if it rains, it's good. If it overrains, you lose. If it shines, may be good. If it overdoes it, then there is a problem. So the insurance industry in Uganda felt it important that aware of the contribution of agriculture to the GDP, we needed to have agriculture insurance. So now we have agriculture insurance in place. And you can access it through many ways because the Agriculture Insurance Consortium is in many places. And the government of Uganda was good enough to put there a subsidy. The PSST has just renewed additional money where, and it is the only policy actually, where government is contributing, is subsidizing the premium each individual would pay. The subsidy runs from 30% to 70%, depending on where you are and the type of crop you are growing. It also covers livestock and crops. So the people who are in agriculture, please take use of it so that you can be protected. If it is too much floods, if it is too much sunshine, you are paid. And they use satellite, and work is made easy. Those who have taken up agriculture insurance have already benefited. And even if people like the ones who are in Bududa and there are landslides, you are also paid. And the people of Bududa were equally paid. My parting shot is that we want to invite the people who are coming from UAE to invest in insurance because it is still a virgin area, and those who have done it well have indeed benefited much better. As already said, when you make your profits, you'll take it. You'll just come to the insurance regulator, we approve, and you take your money. It is your money. If you want to see what you need to do, if you want to open up an insurance company, you can go on our website, ira@go.ug. You'll have all the information. But also feel free to walk to the insurance tower. We can have a discussion. And we assure you that as soon as we get all the required information, we will approve your companies. You can equally buy some of the existing companies because the phase we are in right now is of consolidation. Just the last 2 weeks, I have officiated at 2 big brands which are consolidating, buying companies here, and they are also investing heavily in Uganda. Those who are not interested in buying insurance companies, I want to assure you that the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda is in charge. You cannot have anything like having an insurance company which is not fully regulated. No, that is not allowed, and we will not do it. I assure you, please take up insurance. People in Uganda, people who are coming in, buy insurance if you have anything of value. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think we'll now have the ST, and then His Excellency will close us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A number of issues were raised. The digital commodity exchange, a very good idea. You know, in the tenfold growth strategy, what we are doing is also to do things differently. We are leveraging technologies. And even here in this room, one gentleman has just come my way during the break and was saying he's in the business of tokenization. And this is something we are exploring. You can easily tokenize, for example, coffee. And we shall be able to create some digital tokens that can be through blockchain to ensure that We represent ownership, but also value. And throughout the supply chain, we can be able, right from the farmer to the market, to get those who can't be in the gardens or to be in Uganda also to participate in the coffee value chain. And these are some of the things we want to do differently, and we are in very advanced stages of concretizing them. On the single platform for investment, the address is UIA, that Uganda Investment Authority. We have now a business facilitation center, which was put up by government, both physical, it is there, but also virtual, so that you can be able to get all of these things concerning the investment addressed. Of course, there are a few things which we are addressing to ensure that it is seamless and very effective in getting all of the government departments, ministries, the agencies addressing the day-to-day issues, not necessarily challenges, even opportunities, things which the investors are facing. Instead of always having to call the ambassador who are in Uganda, you talked about this, or PS in finance, I'm very busy, I'm not available, but the offices are there to facilitate us. The tax office, the investment office, the registration service bureau, and others, so that all of us can be in one-stop center and give you a response to whatever could be an issue. So we have that one-stop center. It's functional, both online and in physical. We can always address our issues there. The two different cultures, as I told you in my presentation, we have built now a very good legal regulatory framework to address some of these corporate governance issues, but also to facilitate partnerships. Because, you know, when you partner in business, it's beyond just trust. Trust can be there if you had the Sharia law, but in Uganda we don't follow Sharia law. You know, in Sharia law, things, the trust gets easily systemized in a way that you can't cheat. You can't cheat another. In our secular world, some people are not good people. So we have laws we have also put in place to improve our corporate governance, especially for PLCs, but also for partnerships. By PLCs, I mean the public limited companies, those on the stock exchange. Those ones are very well managed. But also, once you partner, you are in UAE, you are partnering with the Ugandan. I hope the ambassadors also arrange the business-to-business conversations on how businesses can work together. How do we improve trust and the reliability such that we can reduce the cost of tracing each other? We have various legal regulatory frameworks we've put in place. But you are right on the reservations under the PPDA. I think you will have to get also Ben to address this issue. Or no, because we have these reservations, some of the procurements of particular categories of government, such that we get the local content addressed, but also where we have strategic intent of government, how we can make people take advantage. Finally, the interest rates, on how we are working to lower them. As government, we have capitalized our Uganda Development Bank to ensure that they give longer term, low interest capital to those who are investing in the ATMs. But also, we are putting up an export guarantee scheme for those who are exporting to do things like invoice discounting You have, for example, a deal in Dubai or in Sharjah or wherever they have already given you an order. You can go online, not even in a physical bank, online, and you apply to get a credit line which you use to pay off your goods, to transport them and so on, and when they pay you, you then pay back. We call it invoice discounting, and we are working on this under what we call the invite project, which we have put up in government. It is starting this financial year. I think those were the main questions which were addressed to me. Somebody brought in the language aspect, that you know, UAE, they speak Arabic. We speak our English here and the local languages. Could there be ways of teaching ourselves Arabic and so on? I don't think language barrier is one of the problems in UAE. UAE is a very good English-speaking society, so and cosmopolitan in nature. So I don't think you will find problems like you find in some other areas where here you use a calculator to negotiate, you put a number, and you can't find that in UAE. It is very friendly in terms of communication. And Ambassador was nodding like this, meaning that I'm correct. Because I know Ambassador is not from the society where they say no and yes. Thank you very much.
All right, a round of applause for my panelists, and a round of applause for you for being here for this long. We hope we've been of use to you doing business in Uganda. Each of these people is available and their offices here, so you can approach them immediately after this forum and talk to them. I will now hand you over to Mr. Walter Mwesije, who will take over for the rest of the day. And I think the panelists are dismissed, and my power ends here.
Yes, Raymond, kindly. A group photo. Thank you very much also for handling this insightful discussion for us this afternoon. And like Raymond said, the conversations can still continue. And after the group photo, I will kindly invite the Deputy Executive Director for Kampala Capital City Authority, Mr. Benon Chigenyi, who's going to tell us about investing in the future of this city, a sustainable urban growth and smart infrastructure. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Deputy ED KCCA, kindly take the stage.
Your Excellencies, heads of government agencies, the business community, our guests in Kampala, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Kampala Capital City Authority, I want to congratulate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but particularly the consulate and mission in UAE for this very successful fourth business forum, by far already successful. Congratulations. Kampala Capital City Authority is happy to host you in this beautiful city, and we look forward for many more business forum editions coming to Kampala. Kampala is a city of hills. Counting now, 23 hills around the expanse of what is now called the Kampala Capital City Authority. In 1962, this small island trading place that grew from the shores became the capital city of Uganda. And on to 2011 became the Kampala Capital City Authority. But as a capital city, it has also retained some functions that are of very interest. Kampala is also the cultural capital city, if you want. For want of things, we host the headquarters of Buganda Kingdom in Mengo, and that makes us also a cultural city. But we're also a religious city. Still on the hills of Kampala, you'll have the Baha'is, you'll have the Orthodox, the Catholics, the Anglicans, the Muslims taking beautiful space and being points of call for those of us who have faith in different areas. We also the education city of this country. About 20 universities and counting, and various tertiary institutions in the city. We are also an investment and hospitable city, and enjoy a very wonderful opportunity. Kampala is host to 170,000 urban refugees, and that accounts to almost 10% of the population of Kampala, which means our openness is an opportunity to various cultures and therefore a business booming opportunity. Kampala capital city is 195.1 square kilometers with 2.2 kilometers squared being wetland and 17.1 square kilometers in the water. We are now on the waterfront of Lake Victoria, for which Kampala enjoys 19 kilometers of the stretch from the Entebbe side to the Mukono side. And this beautiful city of Kampala has a beautiful waterfront that remains virgin. We have an opportunity on the lake. Our lake is most unutilized and available for business opportunities. You can actually travel to Jinja for less time using the waterfront than you would be on the road. Only the air would beat the timing between Kampala and Jinja, to say. We have an urban population with a growth of 5.2%, and that explains an opportunity that is available for us to utilize our population And Kampala alone contributes to about 65% of the GDP of this country. So in essence, it is also the business hub of this country, and anybody doing investments will want to set their foot in Kampala Capital City Authority. This is what I've just explained, and the PSST spoke about very efficiently on the issues of taxation, and the panel just leaving this stage has contributed again very worthy issues. But let me say about the population of Kampala. Kampala is 1.7 million populations, and by night, and about 3.5 million persons by day. This means there is a big market, there is labor, and we have an opportunity of entrepreneurship within these confines of the city. So we welcome you once again to join this thriving city that gives you opportunity to enjoy the benefits of this. I have spoken to this idea of what we are, a historical and cultural city, as well as a regional and education city. But what is Kampala's current realities? We are one of the fastest growing cities on the continent with an urbanization rate of 5.2%, which is a great uptaker of businesses. We also have, on one side, a big high density or slum situation, 62 centers, which explains a high or the huge accommodation and housing deficit, and this is yet again another opportunity for investment. We are also a city that has old infrastructure, and we are now at a time when we are reconstructing and positioning ourselves for a future that enables you and me to do business. So if you have gone into the city center, you probably have noticed that Kampala Capital City is a thriving site. In every place there is an earthwork to prepare ourselves for better times. And this again is an opportunity for transformation and getting into the business industry. We also have a city that is prepared in many ways to welcome businesses, and we have a vision to have a vibrant, attractive, and livable, sustainable city. We have focused our minds to a transformation that brings in guests, brings in opportunities that will create a vibrant, attractive, livable, and sustainable city. We have a legal framework in Kampala that enables us to blend legally with the population and have a governance structure that is facilitating to business opportunities. We also have opportunities which enable us to reach our 100 parishes or the 857 villages in this city. And what are the business opportunities that are available for you as investors? Kampala is a city with a road network of 2,104 kilometers, and only 770 kilometers is paved, about 37% therefore. Now, this means that for investors in the road infrastructure, in the road industry, we have an opportunity to take in the space of Kampala. We are looking forward in the next 5 years to grow this potential to about 1,100 kilometers of paved roads, which will take us to about 52%. And that leaves a whole 48% space for people who have capital to come and invest in Kampala. Kampala is open to EPCs and PPCs in this road construction area. We also have investment opportunities in the BRTs, bus rapid transport. We have mapped out 25 kilometers of a bus rapid transport network with an estimated cost of about $400 million. And this, we have done the studies, and we are ripe for investment in this opportunity to enable us get into the next level of enabling our visitors. We also have opportunities in creating our public-private partnerships in modern street parking to declutter the streets of Kampala and also enable the congestions that happen. This opportunity is very virgin, and I think in the space of Kampala we have only 2 or 1 enterprises that provide parking as an investment opportunity. This is available for people to come and join us. The other one is about our street lighting opportunities. Kampala has a city street lighting master plan, which has been designed, but unfortunately, only 8% of our city has street lighting. We are hoping that in the next 3 years, Kampala will have an additional 25,000 street lights, which will grow our capacity to about 32% of the Kampala being lit, and that therefore means we'll have about 68% of Kampala still needing lighting on our 2,104 kilometer road network. We invite you to come in this space for investment and bring forward your entrepreneurship skills. You have noticed that Kampala, on this particular venue, you are seated on the waterfront of Lake Victoria with an opportunity that links us to the other East African communities, states, but also as a gateway to the coast through our neighboring network. Now, this waterfront, KCCA has seen it as an opportunity, and we are now developing designing a city lakefront area detailed plan to enable us partake of the opportunities. We are mapping out this area, the lakefront district, to provide for conferencing opportunities, sporting opportunities, as well as other industrial opportunities. So we invite you to come and invest at the city lakefront district of Kampala, for which we can say is still a virgin area. We have investment opportunities in the transport sector. Beyond the rapid bus transport system that we think is best managed through a PPP, we also have opportunities for the light rail to improve our mass transport opportunities. Kampala has heavy gridlocks because of the nature of our roads, and the options available do not allow us to go underground like in many countries because of the geological nature of our soils, heavy and clayed. That will be a very difficult opportunity. But we have the opportunities to go up in the skies. We have an opportunity to increase our opportunities through the light rail. We have opportunities by using cable cars. And these are all virgin territories that we invite business communities to come and invest in Kampala with a promise that there will indeed be opportunities for you to catch. We must say that constructing of roads without looking at our drainage systems would be many times a misprocurement or so. So we have a Kampala district drainage, city drainage master plan with an estimated value of $250 million. And these drainages can be developed in various forms as open spaces for investments, as well as places where we can drive our people into for other statistics at a commercial level. So we invite the business community to invest in this already well-designed package. The Kampala street light and junction signalization requires about 200 billion shillings and is also available to invest, and we want to invite you to participate in this as well. That is showing what the transport investments can take you. With the metro, we have about 39 kilometers radius, which is good business in transiting the population. The light rail with 113 kilometers up to distances such as Jinja or Luero, which is a good industrial base currently, and across Mpiji. We also have an opportunity for 10.5 kilometers of cable and a BRT of 105 kilometers. This planned system is available, but largely unfunded and ripe for investment, and therefore we invite you to participate in this opportunity that is available in Kampala Capital City Authority. We also have opportunities for businesses in modern workspaces. With a population of 1.7 million by night and 3.5 million, which means we have about 1.8 million people who are coming to work in Kampala every day. One of the gaps that we have are modern workplaces. And to invest in the workplaces is therefore an opportunity for you to have the business communities participating with you locally and internationally. So this here is an opportunity. We have a deficit gap of about 50,000 workspaces, and we cannot fulfill this as a local authority alone. Kampala has also a shortage of 500,000 housing units. And with the growth that we have noticed, this is likely to double in the next 10 years. So housing as an investment opportunity is very much fertile and available for you in Kampala Capital City to make sure that the 62 high-density areas, otherwise referred to as slum, go off the face of Kampala to make it indeed an attractive and enviable destination for everybody. There are also opportunities for urban farming. Urban farming is available using the technologies of greenhouses and bulk harvesting, but also agro-processing. As the countryside produces, Kampala gives you a market opportunity, but also brings you very close to the transport opportunities of evacuating produce. So here is an opportunity that we avail you in making sure that we can make the urban farming a reality and something that we can rely on. We also have a big opportunity in the research and development, and therefore the education sector, to construct and avail the people of Kampala vocational and skilling opportunities that can enable us to have a population that is able to be utilized for many of the job opportunities across the spectrum. And the availability of these institutions at research and development in IT are some of the things that can spur development, and we invite you to set up. But also, the high population of Kampala, and indeed Uganda, suffers sometimes a problem of sponsorship at the tertiary institutions. So government has provided opportunities for a high of educational loans, and this here also is an opportunity that can enable education loan financing, but also setting up youth financial empowerment schemes to enable the growth of the youth and ready them for the opportunities that can be created in our midst. We have a thriving opportunity in the waste resource management, and I'm glad our friends Bear are in this meeting. Kampala Capital City has acquired about 230 acres of land at Buyala in 28 kilometers out of town to establish a new recovery facility, but also enable processing of our garbage into useful products. We think that this available opportunity at our disposal is a ready opportunity for investment, and we have received opportunities and we have engaged with some companies like Bear of the UAE to help us move forward in this direction. And the off-takers of the waste management processes are many. This is a whole garbage economy. So we invite entrepreneurs, people with capital, to come and participate in the waste recovery management processes to enable you make a niche in this. We have an issue about office space in Kampala. Still, in addition to the accommodation pressure, office space is also one of the areas where an investment is available for you. With Kampala having most of the other complementary facilities, what we do not have is the space. So other than sending off people into Mukono, Jinja, and Tebe, if we had office space in Kampala, we can have a thriving business opportunity in here. We also have opportunities in the public health. Kampala hosts 3 national referral hospitals, and this has not stopped us from having medical tourism elsewhere, which implies that there is a great need for more investment in the specialized health facilities. So we invite you to invest in the public health sector, which enables you to be part of the thriving opportunities in Kampala. Kampala will be available to you and has great policies that can enable us. We are thriving on the e-governance, and for you and me, please note that Kampala Capital City Authority is the vice chairperson of the World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization until 2026. We therefore wish to invite people to, in the space of governance, investments, so that you can partake of the opportunities very available in Kampala. Ladies and gentlemen, We want to continue welcoming you to Kampala and wishing you a wonderful stay, and pray that you will enjoy a beautiful stay in Kampala. Come, invest in this beautiful city of Kampala, seated on the northern side of Lake Victoria with beautiful opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benon Chigenyi, the Deputy ED, Kampala Capital City. So, nonetheless, we are here. I guess I'm louder than technology. Thank you, the Deputy ED, for that presentation. So now, we just have one more thing to go, and then we can take a break, a lunch break, and when we return, we will still hear a panel about the future of business and innovation between the UAE and Uganda. And we still have a couple of dignitaries, especially from the government, who will be here. We expect that the State Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives will also be here, and the Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development will also be here with us, and they will talk to us later on. But I also want to let you know that we have the Uganda National Bureau of Standards here with us. Do we have a representative? Right there. So any questions, any inquiries, you can approach the gentleman right there. So I want to take this opportunity to invite two gentlemen. Mr. Amir, the CEO, Metro Cement. Is he here? Yeah. Kindly come forward. And Mr. Ahmad, the founder and executive director at Tierra Tours. Yeah. So basically what I want to hear from you, you can come and have a seat. Okay, so you'll take your seat and use the microphone. I want you to share with us your experience investing in Uganda. Yeah. Kindly feel free to sit anywhere. Do we also have some Ugandan companies that have done the investment in the UAE? I'm giving you an opportunity to, two of you, come and tell us. First come, first serve. Ugandans, we don't want to market ourselves. Oh, we are hungry. All right. Mr. Amir, Director Metro Cement, kindly tell us what it feels like, the business environment. How do you find it in Uganda?
Yeah, very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. Okay, we are Metro Cement. We started in Uganda during the COVID, and it's been more than 5 years now, investing and operating in the cement industry in Uganda. To me, it is very personal. I came here in 2010 to do the feasibility for a cement study. And then I was involved in the operations of a cement factory, and then we got an opportunity for investment where we stepped in. The basic thing as we look as a company or as a foreign investment, from Dubai, we set up and operated factories in various African countries before Uganda. For example, South Africa, Mozambique, Sudan. And when we came to Uganda, we felt a bit different. The first thing we were looking is the very safe business environment. And I could proudly say that in the last 5 years, okay, businesses will have challenges, but how is the people and the country are coming forward to support you and overcome these challenges? So it provides a very safe business environment. First, a few things are currency is very stable. In this region, in the last 5 years, we could see that. We have increased the investment. First, we came up with a smaller investment. Now we are increasing our capacity by adding more investments. The government is pro-investor and pro-private sector. So that means they are coming forward. If you have any challenges, they are coming for discussion and coming for the support in finding a solution. So this is really appreciating on these environmental things.
Thank you. Mr. Ahmed, your experience.
Thank you so much first to give me this opportunity to talk about the business in Uganda. But before we start on business, let's talk about the story behind establish the business here in TR. We've started like after the pandemic. You know, it's like we've got enough from saying stay at home. Stay at home. It's like, you know, with these, you know, it's like we are working remotely in our from our houses or offices. We cannot go outside. Then when it started, it's like all the countries started to open their border gradually. As a traveler, I said, this time, I don't want to see cities. I just want to see green, a nature. Then I said that, okay, I'm going to give a name for this route. I call it an emerald route, which means I'm not going to visit any cities. It's just going to be a national park. It's just that thing. I've said this for 18 days. It started with Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and then back to Dubai. From that story, it's like the first hub was Uganda. Then, you know, I got like Uganda, it's green. I was the first one, like when they opened the airports. I think I was the first tourist guest here in Uganda. It was everything's like you're gonna stay in the lodges, like you are the only one who's in these lodges. The experience. Here's the point. You know, it's like the standard that when you come from, it's like, let's say GCC country, European, like they have a standard in the lodges and the service that they're gonna get. At that time, because I booked my trip through an agent, and I was making sure that I'm gonna go to the really good places, nice place to stay, good food to try. I started from Kampala. I said, oh, it's a city. I said, I don't want to see a city. It's just, I just want to see a national park. The second day, I've started to travel around the national park. The first stop was Murchison Fall. The second day, I got sick. Here, it's like, should I continue my trip or should I go back to Dubai? It's very hard. It's like if you got sick, I was alone, a solo traveler. Should I go back? No, I said no. I'm gonna continue. Let's find a place that to get some medicine, and then I'll continue to go to Queen. I've continued, but the issue with me was the experience in the lodges. It's the standard again. We had, let's say, it's like people who's in that region, they have high standards, like in their lodges, the food that they're gonna eat, and the amount of money that we paid on this trip. Through this 9 days, I didn't feel the experience, to be honest, in Uganda. I've been to Rwanda, I got it there, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana. Then I go back to Dubai. I said, no, there is something wrong happening in Uganda. I cannot let Uganda just go like this without having any memories. I will go back. But this time, I'm going to come for 2 weeks. No flying, no charters. It's just I'm going to drive. 2 weeks in Uganda, I found a lot of beautiful things. It's a gem. It's a pearl of Africa. It's really beautiful. We hope everyone, if they want to start their trip in Africa, this is the first hub, Uganda. From there, I said, okay, let's create a journey for people. I'm just going to ask them to come, to join me. Before I set a travel agency or a tour operator, people, they came with me. I've already chosen all the lodges as a standard that they want. They go through all these journey. I call it journey because I don't sell itineraries. I just make sure that people, when they're gonna leave Uganda, they're gonna have a really good memory when they are leaving there. From there, then I set my business in Uganda, which was till now, all my clients, it's from, let's say, GCC country. This is what I was hoping that they're starting with, visiting Uganda. And we hope we got more travelers through this year also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's intriguing that both your stories start from the time the world was shut down due to the pandemic. I mean, it would be interesting to hear what kind of risk you had to deal with in trying to set up, a business in a land far away when the world had shut down, economies almost on their knees. What came to your mind?
Okay, we were building during the COVID time, and you all know Uganda is far away from the port. We have to bring our machineries. The nearest port is Mombasa, which is around 1,000 kilometers by road. So we had in mind how we are going to do this, how we are going to finish our project. But during the COVID, Uganda was one of the countries which didn't stop the movement of road trucks. It didn't affect the ground business people. So trucks were allowed to cross the border, come up. So this was encouraging and supporting, even during the difficult times, if the government is coming up to support, open the borders, allow the truck movements, it helped us to continue to manage the risk of building a factory here.
All right, thank you. So I have with us also Ali Ocho. And Ocho, kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Ali Osho. I'm an agronomist, agricultural consultant, and I'm also a project lead in Dubai. I work with intermarkets management consultants in Dubai, Bay Square. I also manage a farm in Uganda, Kapeka Agro and Livestock Farm. We are the youth champion in agriculture also in Uganda by FOA, and also been in UAE for 5 years doing different projects in sustainable agriculture innovations, working with global key players in UAE agriculture sectors and across global in designing the innovations, solutions, and also creating the markets for different agricultural ventures. Thank you.
Okay, Ocho, you will be our last speaker. So after you, we'll take a lunch break. But, tell us what for you is key when it comes to the promotion of agribusiness between Uganda and the UAE.
Well, first of all, I'm very passionate in agriculture. Part of the work I've done in UAE was doing R&D and also doing a pilot projects in UAE in focusing on tropical fruits. So there's a gentleman who is also here. We have done for the past 4 years doing how we can see bringing some of tropical fruits to see how they perform in the desert. For example, we have grown cocoa, we have grown dragon fruit, we have grown bananas, we have grown pineapples successfully. And with these platforms we have used, it has helped to outreach a global outreach. For example, last year when we shared the idea, when we grew over 60,000 cocoa plants, which is successing now in the UAE, we got a global outreach as a premium, promoting Uganda cocoa as a premium product. So we got a lot of demand of people interested to import premium cocoa from Uganda, and also other agri-products like coffee, vanilla. But also we get a lot of key players in the UAE like Emirates Biofarm, who are requiring to supplement on their production to import organic certified product from Uganda. But I've also been closely work with the Embassy of Uganda in United Arab Emirates, thanks to His Excellency Ambassador, on sharing the experiences and also inviting him to be part of some of these ventures, like participating in the exhibitions. He has also helped in facilitating some of the exhibition upon his reach. So with this, we get a lot of platform where we use to promote Uganda in agricultural sector, but also share the UAE experience and the innovation, what they are doing, and the future of agriculture at a global stage, being UAE is a global hub for different entities and businesses. So we have done this as a private to the government, just as a support to the country, but also to develop the skills and also get opportunities how we can share with our business and the project developers in Uganda, attracting the investment, tourism, and also investment in the country. So in the near future, we hope if we are to focus maybe in the green tourism, which is my key interest, this will be a potential for Uganda and UAE, and also have exchange program between green tourism between Uganda and UAE, for Ugandans to go and learn what UAE is doing in a green tourism, and UAE to come and appreciate what Uganda has achieved as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ocho. And friends, if these conversations were land, we can say the land is fertile and ready to receive the seeds and sprout. The fruits of the seeds, what is left is just to plant the seeds now. So since we don't have curfew on our stomachs, I'll make sure that we end here. Go spend some 45 minutes, have some lunch, and we return here by 2:45 so we can continue with the conversation. We have a panel, and more of these conversations actually will happen because we'll still have the B2B and G2E meetings afterwards. And just one communication about lunch. If you don't have a lunch coupon, kindly get the coupon. The lunch is going to be served at the Sunset Restaurant just upstairs. If you don't have a coupon, pass by the desk at the doorway. There are coupons there. And also, yeah, so this conversation will continue after lunch. Colleagues, let's stretch out, have some lunch, refresh, and come back. 2:45. Good afternoon.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome. This is the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Nestled in the heart of East Africa, Uganda is home to breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and a vibrant culture. But beyond its natural beauty, Uganda is rapidly emerging as an economic powerhouse. Uganda is a leading destination for foreign direct investment in Africa. Its open economy and dedication to investment support has been endorsed by investors as a winning formula to attract investment, ensure impact, and guarantee profits. Uganda has one of the biggest per capita users of mobile technology and is a hub of tech-driven solutions. A young, skilled and trainable population, the youngest in the world, is pushing the boundaries of technology and entrepreneurship.
We currently employ 200 Ugandans. Company is fully run by Uganda as much as it's owned by them. And we believe it will probably go up by about 20%, 20 to 30% once the production is fully up and running. We invested because we want to participate in Uganda's development. There are many tax incentives that allow an investor to compete and to benefit from investing in Uganda. We thank the government again through the UAE's support for transitioning from the importers and now purchasing from us. Right now, about our capacity utilization is about 70% of our current set capacity. And that has led us to now embark on an expansion project which is currently underway, and we are currently slated to complete all that by May. So in May we will have about 1.5 times Uganda's need in terms of capacity for gloves. They supported us by providing confirmatory documentation to our financiers. They put us out there in the international market whenever they are doing their activities.
It is not just startups that are thriving here. Many major players in the tech world have set up shop here. We have seen tremendous growth in the tech industry. Uganda is not just catching up, it's leapfrogging into the future.
It started as a shop, an outlet shop, which was selling phones actually in downtown Kampala. We actually came up with an idea to see that we have a factory. We were provided with about 4 acres of land here at Namambe, where we actually established our factory, the first mobile phone and computer assembling and manufacturing factory here in Uganda. At our production capacity here is 2,500 pieces. We won as the best innovators in the whole world. We actually made a phone which had a thermometer temperature, whereby you could use that same phone to test your body temperature. Those were the days of COVID, with the support from Uganda Investment Authority. They actually established what they call tangible investment or incentives, which have been given to people who want to come and invest here in Uganda. So we have been riding on the availability of those good incentives, which have actually supported us to expand our production and also our goods to most of the African countries. Because
Uganda's dedication to industrialization shines through its thriving manufacturing and agro-processing domains. With ample natural resources and a favorable climate, it stands as an ideal hub for these sectors. The conducive environment further enhances the growth prospects for products like avocados, coffee, pineapples, passion fruit and watermelon.
We process mangoes from Kitigum or far north, starting from the Lango.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome.
We kindly take our seats. And quickly, I want to call on Michael Nietegeka because he's going to take us through the next panel discussion, and he will be looking at the future of business and innovation between the UAE and Uganda. Michael is the executive director at Refactory Limited. Michael, kindly take the stage, and I will let you invite your panelists.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're definitely pressed for time, and I will, without further ado, invite the panel here to come. So Dr. Fred Chitogo, the Principal Uganda Institute of Communication Technology, UICT, representing the Permanent Secretary, Francis Ntagaza, the Manager East Africa, Shaza Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Francis, if you're here. His Excellency Sultan Jemai Obaid Al-Hidas, the Director General of Fujairah Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Your Excellency, if you're here, please do make your way. He's gone? Okay. Mr. Festo Ivyambi, the founder and team leader of MitroPlus Labs. And then we do have a representative from the Ministry of Trade. If you can make your way here, sir, the representative from Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives. Okay, I can see him right at the back. Okay, thank you. So is Mr. Francis here? Ntangaza? Okay, as they did mention, I lead an organization called Refactory. It's a software academy that primarily focuses on preparing talent for work, both here and out of Uganda. And so my work today is to moderate this conversation on the future of business and innovation between UAE and Uganda. And I know, Festo, you do have presence in UAE, or you've done, so you'll give us a bit of that flavor, given that some of our panelists are not here. And so innovation and business are really cut at the hip, and they drive growth. And for any economy that doesn't pay attention to innovation also means that our ability to thrive and grow is also curtailed. And so to get this conversation running, I would like to hear from each one of you your take on this particular theme, the future of business and innovation, and what can we, Uganda and UAE, do together to spur the two, innovation and business. So I'll start with Dr. Fred. I know this is not part of what I'd prepared for you, but I'd just like to hear your insights on innovation and business, and what is it that we can work on to make this come to life. Over to you, Dr. Fred Chitogo.
Thank you very, very much, moderator Michael, and pleased to be here. Our audience, good afternoon. Yeah, in terms of innovation, to be able to focus properly, we need to look at the factors that promote inclusive innovation in Uganda. Number one is infrastructure, especially the digital infrastructure platforms or backbone. We need to have connectivity for different stakeholders to be able to undertake the innovation. One of the areas that we need to look at closely is the national backbone infrastructure and other related connectivity infrastructure, such as the national backbone, but also what the private sector is doing, telcos and other institutions to build that infrastructure. Today we have 60% connectivity exposure, and we have a backbone of 3,150 kilometers spanning 84 districts. We need to take that to go to over 180 districts. So there's an opportunity there, but we also have other partners that, like World Bank, that are supporting us in that area. But we still need to have those areas worked on. Number two is the data centers. Today we are talking about artificial intelligence and natural language processing and other emerging techs. But the data centers that we have in the country don't have enough graphical processor unit resources as well as language processing resources or units. So that's an area that is very, very important, which spurs innovation. If we are to talk about artificial intelligence, then we need those resources to be in place. Currently, you will find that most AI utilizations are in the cloud. That brings in, of course, certain issues like data sovereignty and also the cost of accessing cloud services, but also ensuring that our data is really safe and secure and follows the data protection and privacy regulatory regime. That's another area. Another area is innovation hubs and ICT parks. We are planning to have an ICT park, and we have already gazetted land for it, but the future holds that we need many more of those. Beyond ICT hubs, we also need the parks, but also village innovation hubs in different areas. We have the National ICT Innovation Hub, and we also have other three hubs that have been supported in the country, in Kabale and Gulu and Western Uganda. So we need to take advantage of those, but also we are looking at having 8 across the country. So there's a potential for building that, because those ones are used to support innovations that really solve societal and government problems, as well as for livelihoodness and resource generation, as well as improving services for the public and also government. Those are some of the areas that we think can spur innovation, but another area that we have worked on as government, which needs enhancing, is that government set up an augmented and virtual reality center, which is aimed at using mixed reality to be able to teach STEM subjects: science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and innovation, and also to be able to facilitate innovators to develop knowledge products. Today, we have upcoming TVET, whereby we have people who are working on, those areas of TVET, like, technical engineering, and also, machining, construction, and all that. So the teaching of those subjects and also the practical experiences they get need to be enhanced. We also have the creative industry, XR can help the creative industry to be able to improve and give good experiences before people take out their thoughts to the industry. So those are some areas that I look at as spurring innovation, of course, without underscoring the policy and the regulatory regime.
Yes.
Because we don't want to have restrictive regimes. We need open sandboxes which can allow, innovators test their systems without restrictions, but also to enable them to utilize those innovations in, for instance, government and other areas without being restricted by the big players in the industry. So,
Okay.
Mike, I think I can stop here for now.
Yeah, so I guess in the next round, one of the questions I'll pose to you is the mechanisms, and probably you can reflect on this, that then transitions from just an innovation or having these innovation spaces to where we can then begin, like we have a delegation here from UAE, where we're able to be in a position to present high impact startups or innovations that seek investment both here and out of here. So how do we get to that level, and the incentives that government needs to put in place to ensure that happens? And probably that brings me to my brother from Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives. But purely from a trade perspective, yeah, what is your take on this theme of business and innovation? And from your ministry's perspective, what are your reflections?
Thank you very much, and thank everybody that is in attendance here. I must state that trade is dynamic and every time changing, and therefore innovation is one of the aspects that must drive it to achieve its full potential. Doing business across the world, if you're not innovative, the fact is that you stay and lag behind. So as the ministry, upon recognizing and realizing that, we are now in the process of reviewing the national trade policy. If you look at the trade policy that we have, 2013, that expired then, which we had not revised, we have put innovation aspects as core in terms of driving the Ugandan economy to the next tenfold, as you know that this is the current strategy. We have recognized within that policy deliberate actions by government to deal with, first of all, innovators, and through what we call intellectual property, IPRs.
Okay.
We understand that our current environment, in terms of protecting intellectual property and using it as a platform for development and for bringing in FDI, hasn't been really that strong, and therefore in the new policy we have deliberately put intellectual property, which will assist both not only Ugandan and UAE investors, but investors across the globe to come and invest in Uganda. All aspects of IPR, including geographical indications that we know that we haven't used as a country, including issues to deal with trade secrets and most of that. We have also looked at the issue of e-commerce. Moderator, you know that the e-commerce environment in the country is still evolving, and therefore we are looking at strengthening this sector through regulations. And I must state that the new policy, which is about to be approved by cabinet, has strongly reflected on the issue of e-commerce and its regulatory environment to protect and to promote investments within of the innovators and people who are trading online. Of course, that cements activities and of other ministries like ICT, where some of the regulations have been taken care of, but we are looking at basically how we can ensure that we promote the use of e-commerce and have it regulated. We also are looking at innovations that promote traceability, because if we invest between the two countries, we need to promote traceability. We know that of late, as you must know, if I used an example of the EU, we are supposed to take our products there that can be traced back to the farm where the coffee has been produced, for example, if I use that. And the regulation talks of deforestation. So how do you do that without having an innovative mind? So we are encouraging innovators that come into this sector who do traceability systems that can enable us to track all aspects of farm production, agro-processing, up to the level of marketing. We are looking currently, we have looked at the individuals who have come in the space, for example, GS1, which is looking at a global international standards that put in place international harmonized codes, barcodes, that promote our Ugandan exports to make them recognizable in the markets which they go into. If we look at the current situation is that when you go into a market, for example, like UAE, you'll find that when you go to look at the barcode of the product, maybe it will state that the product has been sourced from a country like South Africa, from UAE, maybe any other, but not a Ugandan. So we are promoting innovators who can come, work with the international organizations recognized like GS1 to ensure that the barcodes and other codes that we use for our products are recognized in international markets, and that work is ongoing. We note that there are other aspects that deal with now promoting MSMEs and our traders. We have specifically set up a unit, and we are encouraging innovations that will, first of all, put in place a comprehensive regulatory framework of the country into one portal, call it a trade portal, that speaks about what any investor wants to come, who wants to come into Uganda, what legislation is in place, what requirements are in place, what standards are in place that are required for that product to be traded across the country and the global market. So innovations into that sector through systems that speak to international requirements is being done, and the ministry has currently set up a trade portal that is encouraging that framework to be done. Many things are being done for SMEs specifically, and the ministry has an open space, open mind for integrating and for coordinating with all investors to ensure that we promote innovation that enables the government, enables us to achieve the targeted 10 growth for strategy. For now, I can leave it at that.
This is very, very impressive. And I think one of the things that I want to call it a disservice that government does to itself, that there is a lot that is happening, and sometimes the communication arm is not as effective in educating the citizens or the different actors to get to appreciate all the things that are being talked. I mean, I learn quite a lot every time I am in a government meet where government officials are making presentations. I think for me, the other question that I'll have for you, and a while ago we were just discussing about the fintech space, is it would be good for us to study the impact of regulation and supervision in the innovation ecosystem. And I just want to give an example of the fintech space where we have the national payment system, and all fintech entities are now regulated under Bank of Uganda or by Bank of Uganda. And the conversation we were having was that, has that regulation or supervision in any way made this environment favorable for investors or even for innovation, or it has kind of put brakes on it because of the different requirements that come with regulation? So as we talk through this, it's a reflection that we ought to have the balancing effect of regulation, innovation, and business. Which brings me to you, I think, Festo, you're operating in different markets. And I'd like to hear from you your insights around the impact or the environment as a driver for innovation and business. You understand the Ugandan environment, the UAE environment, and probably the US environment, if I'm not mistaken. What do we need to pick from there in order for us to have meaningful conversations with investors or partners from UAE, for example?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Ivaibi Festo. I'm the founder of MitroPlus Labs Africa. And MitroPlus Labs is an educational hub for blockchain, artificial intelligence, metaverse, and related technologies all throughout Africa, so that we can be able to harness the broadly beneficial outcomes of these technologies. And being in both countries for today's conference, Uganda and UAE, I have come to learn so many things that operating in a certain environment can be very impactful to what you do. And I know, like me, many people have tended to migrate to countries where policies are friendly and where their businesses can thrive the most. And our counterparts in the UAE have harnessed some kind of character or nature. Whenever they are faced with an innovation, they understand that there is always chaos before order, because every innovation comes with a need. Every innovation comes with a need of policy and regulation, and a policy maker usually has to first learn about these innovations and then know how to regulate this innovation as they also profit from the innovation. And UAE is a country that welcomes innovation, and they will readily register companies that are in new innovations in free trade zones, and also advertise that they are good with these companies. And as time goes on, they push these companies to the mainstream. For those that are dealing in blockchain and artificial intelligence, know that UAE started a very long while ago, especially for those that are dealing in tokenization. And I know that many of us here are aware that the future is highly digital. It is on-chain, and everything is going to be easily transferable. So UAE created an environment where you can register your company that does tokenization, and right now the regulations have already started to
Festo, just pause. We recognize the arrival of the Honorable Minister. General Badi, you are very welcome to this event. So, Honorable Minister, as you walked in, we are having a panel conversation around business and innovation, and how both countries or markets, Uganda and UAE, can leverage on both the innovation and business environment. Festo was sharing his experience, having been, he's a Ugandan, he's operating in both markets as an innovator, and he's just giving a heads up on the technology aspects. Probably, Festo, you can recap and then conclude on your submission as we go to the next year.
Yes, please. Thank you so much, and welcome, Honorable Minister. Yes, I was talking about how UAE has been able to harness innovation even before they have rolled out policy and regulations. UAE has understood their place in the ecosystem of the circulation of money in the world, and they also understand that they are a small population, so they most of their interests is in to attract the other population to live inside the UAE so that they can create markets for their region. When you look at countries like our own, you will realize that we have some sort of a disadvantage when it comes to big market players and innovators, and the same disadvantage also goes to the UAE. So usually what they do is that they call these companies first before they get regulated to the preferred markets like the United States and China, where there is a lot bigger market than in the UAE. So the mere fact that they are regulated first in the UAE fast tracks the regulations of new innovation. It brings so many of us innovators, takes so many of us innovators from our countries to a policy-friendly country, which is the UAE. And as I have mentioned, the future is highly on-chain. It's highly digital and on-chain and easily transferable. It is, we are faced with a world where everything we know it is going to move on-chain. Currencies, your identity.
So when you mean chain, you mean blockchain?
Yes, I mean...
just to make sure everybody's on the same page, otherwise...
Yes.
I may think about it from a prison.
Yeah, currencies, your identity, your investments, your social security. I was inspired so much to know that the biggest social security asset management company in Abu Dhabi, Mubadala, is so much invested in new technologies like cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin in particular. And these are things that are shied away in our domain, in our countries. Yet, if we can close the knowledge gap and the policy gap between the new innovations to the mainstream, we can be able to profit so much from this. I remember when mobile money came, Uganda is one of the biggest countries in using mobile money, I think, following Kenya in the entire world. So I would say we are somewhere, when it comes to digital payments, we are by far bigger than many countries. And that is because when mobile money came, it took some years in operation before re-regulations and taxations and everything. So I believe we need to also have both countries as trade partners encourage themselves towards building infrastructure for blockchain, artificial intelligence, so that we can be able to have efficiency, we can be able to have automation, and we can be able to trade many instruments at the comfort at our own locations. Earlier on, I was speaking about having an exchange, a digital exchange for coffee markets here in Uganda, because we have it in Dubai, and we trade it in Dubai. We also trade the London coffee. Yet Uganda, one of the drivers, the biggest drivers of the prices in coffee, does not have a local digital exchanges for coffee for people like me that do not want to own the physical assets. Yet we are in better position to buy futures of coffee because we have access to those coffee farmers and we can drive there, yet other people will not even. It will take people so much to decide to come to Africa.
Okay. I don't know if, because I need to, if we can probably
wrap
bring
up,
it to a close and then we go to the next phase.
Bringing this policy and knowledge gap is something that we have done as MitroPlus Labs through educating people on blockchain, metaverse, artificial intelligence, and building products, blockchain products, to bridge the gap between the mainstream financial infrastructure and the mainstream legislature to what is incoming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I could have given you an hour just to talk about the things that you're doing and the need, but I think the key takeaway from the presentations or the panelists so far is the realization that for innovation to drive business, there must be an environment that quickly enables, and one of the things we must commend the government is the new income tax law that allows startups that have been set up under a threshold of 500 million to be income tax exempt for 5 years. That is a huge, huge milestone. I work with startups, I've been in the space for quite some time, that they can now use this money to go back and invest in their businesses without really thinking about how do we navigate or circumvent so that the taxman doesn't come to me as quickly as possible. But that we need more of that. So as I bring this panel to a close, trying to be innovative with time, I have a question for all of you, and I'll take 2 questions from the audience. Talent. What drives innovation is not policy, is not regulation, is talent. How do we get our talent to be at the forefront of driving innovation that translates into business? And I'll start with Dr. Fred Chitogo. I know you're in the training space, you're human capital development space, and then also from the trade ministry, as well as Festo, talent. Quick take, 1-2 minutes on what do we need to do to make our talent run at the speed that is ready for UAE or even the other way around.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. And you're very welcome, Honorable Minister. On my side, I'm looking at 3 things.
Okay.
Number 1 is beyond the tech training, we need to focus so much on innovation, entrepreneurship, and business training, and the other soft skills. So that you find that most of the innovators that we incubate and try to help, they are very good at the tech side, but this other side is a little bit of a problem. Number 2, I think we need to begin conducting joint applied research between Uganda and UAE and even other stakeholders, so that we understand the needs of both sides and are able to harmonize and know where to go and what to focus on. And then also joint skilling in terms of not only the tech side of it and emerging technologies, but also the business side and the innovation side. And we get to know what pain points are there on the different sides and focus on those, so that we don't do research and training and skilling for the sake of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I like the way you're talking about the joint skilling. So like I had mentioned earlier, I run a software academy. And it's virtual, so people take classes from anywhere. And 2 of the students we had, I think, in the cohort last year doing the certificate in software engineering, were actually working in Dubai, but in a warehouse. And so they were taking our evening classes from the warehouse. I think one time we asked them to turn on the videos, and the background was very interesting. But guess what? Right after the 3 months, they moved out of the warehouses. They are now hired and working as software developers within the ecosystem. Why? Because they now have the skills of trade that are in demand in the industry. So I like what you're saying, because if we understand what competences are required in that market, we can then very intentionally deliver that talent. And probably Festo, you'll speak to the talent demand within the UAE in the tech space. But yeah, from the Ministry of Trade.
Thank you so much. From the Ministry's perspective, we take talent as key in driving the economy.
So probably
like
pause
I said,
a bit. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija. Now that he has arrived, we can also, money has come. Yes, money has come. And so the investors can be rest assured that money is here. Okay, I'm told even the attendees want to be assured. Yeah, Money is around. You just need to look in the right place. But over to you. Honorable Minister, you're very welcome, and thank you for gracing us with your presence. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. I also recognize the presence of the ministers. And like I said, the Ministry of Trade indeed takes talent as key in driving economic growth of any economy, and many countries have really benefited from talent. We cannot understate that fact. And as the Ministry of Trade, like I said earlier, talent must be appreciated, talent must be rewarded. If it is not, then the owners of talent will not be innovative in delivering that contribution to the economy. As the ministry, first of all, we came up with a policy which we call Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. That policy is aimed at, among other things, recognizing talent, rewarding it, and ensuring that it contributes to the economic development of the country. Secondly, I talked about the issue of IPR. If there cannot be legislation that protects innovators, that makes them innovate even further, then we cannot achieve from it. And therefore, like I said, talent is being recognized in the new policy that is going to be coming up in the next few months through strong regulation that supports intellectual property rights for innovators and for those talented people. We hope that it will then contribute to the tenfold growth strategy that we are looking at. Lastly, there's something that you talked about in terms of the balance between how you can supervise but also regulate.
Yes.
We understand that for innovation, in the initial stages, when there is innovation with strict, very, very strict regulation, it can be an anti-tariff barrier to more innovation. It can.
It can.
And therefore, what we'll recognize as the ministry is that there has to be a balance in terms of flexibility, in terms of looking at the international standards benchmarks. And therefore, there we can be able to ensure that we have a balance between innovation, between supervision, and between regulation for purpose of promoting more innovators within the economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I like what you end with. And again, I will share my own experience. When we set up the Software Academy, let's say 7 years ago, when I went to register it within the ministry structures, because I don't give academic qualifications, mine is skill, then go and work. I was told, you have to fit within this domain. I said, but I don't fit. They said, but, so I said, let me start. And I will align as we go along. Thank you, government, for the new TVET Act that allows and recognizes institutions like ours that are not mainstream academic because we focus on skills of trade. And so I hear you in terms of flexibility, but I was also a bit stubborn. Now I can say I was stubborn. Those days I couldn't say anything, they would come and close me. But Festo, I'd like to hear from you. Talent, and what do you see as an opportunity for us as a country in positioning ourselves for these markets?
Yeah, I really think one of the number one things the country can do is improve on their support on our support on research and development.
Okay.
When you look at countries that have funded, that have a well-funded research and development, there are many people that stay in university labs and innovation centers, and their lifetime thing is just to innovate something the world needs and has ever done. When you look at countries like South Korea and how they funded Samsung, and right now, Samsung's balance sheet per year is really so big. They should be proud of what they have done. And we can do the same here through research, funding research and development. And secondly, we were still talking about the clarity in policy. So when you look at the big companies, big innovators here, once we scale up, we tend to go away and to business-friendly environments. When you look at companies like Flutterwave, companies like Jumia, they are African startups, but most of these companies are registered and regulated in Germany because the regulations and policies are already clear, and they do not expect that there are going to be changes within the next 1 year or 2 years. So they can be able to work with that for at least until they can be able to break even and do that and do something else. And my last point is on infrastructure. We can improve on infrastructure that aids innovation, like internet penetration and data centers. And also the receptiveness to the creation of these infrastructures. A lot of innovations, like I said, chaos usually comes before order. For those that trade cryptocurrencies, you know that there is a very good sector in mining, Bitcoin, for example, and it uses a lot of power. And many times we have been exploring ways of how we can be able to buy electricity from the government at a fraction of $1, so that we can be able to break even when we mine. And we were able to have the government at one point to also join into this business, but the investors ran off to Ethiopia because of the Grand Uniwens Dam. They got a bigger deal there. So I think if there is that receptiveness to technology, because they cannot be, amidst this chaos, there should be something good. I am happy to say it when the Honorable Minister of Finance is here, because one time he commented about money moving in the air. But when you look at the different fields we can be in as innovators and as the government, as we study the entire field, it would be nice for us to have those policies that are going to bring innovators and retain innovators within the country, the flexibility actually he talked about.
Thank you very much. And I think one of the things I would add, the honorable ministers are here, is whereas government has done an amazing job in laying the core infrastructure, the fiber, the telecos being in place, one of the things that are a major hindrance or barrier is access to devices like laptops. For young people, ability to have a laptop and work remotely is now a game changer because they can work from home. But if accessing a laptop requires you to mortgage part of your mother's or family's inheritance in order to access it, then it becomes a little bit of a challenge for the young people. And I think the second one is access to affordable internet. The price of internet has significantly gone down, significantly. But it is still, especially if 90% of us accessing internet on the mobile, it's a hindrance. Like Festo has mentioned, if I'm going to work overnight, mobile data cannot work. We need to think through high-speed internet locations like these hubs that are being set up by Ministry of ICT, where communities can congregate and leverage on that high-speed capability. Otherwise, the ability to innovate is also curtailed. But I'd like to open 2 questions from the audience, if there are any. Going once, going twice. I see one question at the back. Okay, we'll have that and we'll close this panel. There's a gentleman at the back who, yeah, they're bringing the microphone to you. Yeah, there's a gentleman over there in the brown jacket, right there. So, to your question, sir.
Thank you, Michael. My name is Tisa. We're very happy with the panel, especially Mr. Chitogo, who has been in the ICT industry for a long time. One of the questions to government and the panel when will government start believing, we're talking about innovation and business. A lot of Ugandans have invented solutions or applications or softwares. When it comes to government procuring softwares, the government takes long to believe or certify into those same applications developed by the young generations. And yet, here we are talking about innovation. When we look at systems, let's say election management, bigger system government procures, it has not taken an indication whether to the university itself. We had Makerere University with the first innovation hub long time ago and funded, where we saw Dr. Variamreva beginning that department before so many other hubs came in. Either give a target to the universities such that a country, the youth, or the students can develop an app that the government can believe and then run on it. In most cases, we've seen government spends our own taxpayers' money, a lot of it, buying a system from the US, buying from Germany. Okay. So when will government begin believing in its own talent and assuring the young innovators that they can develop a system? Some they've done already, sure, but that large-scale affirmation to the young innovators. Thank you.
Okay. Finally, the hands are up. This is what tends to happen. I don't know why it happens that when you go round one, nobody wants to ask. It's like a bug stings you and you now have something to say. Please stick to the question and no preamble to the question. Otherwise, I'll interrupt you.
Thank you, Michael. My name is Prosper Ibisibwe, medical doctor, and I run a startup called MScan, Uganda. And at MScan, we are deploying low-cost portable ultrasound machines to help pregnant mothers in underserved settings. My conversation is around artificial intelligence, which is the new
that technology is not compliant with where we are.
Oh, yeah, we are back on. There's a policy by Saudi Arabia to have every child have a ChatGPT subscription. So what are we doing for our young to make sure that they are competing with the very best? My question goes back to talent, the question of talent, and how do we develop it from the youngest, from the root? Thank you.
Good question. I'm sure you have the answer. I could have asked you, can you please answer the question? But I will allow the panel to respond to it as I bring this to a close. Can I have that and then that, and we will wind up. And the panel, feel free, you don't have to answer all the questions.
Thank you so much. I'm called William from Kano Africa Services. My question goes to exactly almost like what he asked, but on AI. How can we use AI as businesses? Is there a way like centers where we can come as business people, not only use, but also other business people to learn more about AI and how we can use it in our businesses? Thank you.
Interesting question. How do we demystify AI as a tool of trade, not a scare? Keep away from AI. Quick question.
So much. My name is Nakainga Judith, and I work with Munyonyo Timber Limited, coffee exporting company, Buganda Kingdom. So I am very, very thankful for this forum, because now it is very clear that the world has started to appreciate how young people are actually smarter than the old generation, and we have the potential to enhance economic growth and development of Uganda's economy.
Yeah.
I'm very, 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 now I'm happy that we are recognizing young people.
Yes.
But now my question goes to the Ministry of Trade. I'm so thankful that you have actually thought of young people. But then, as the government of Uganda or Ministry of Trades put in some initiatives to sensitize us young people, because I'm one of them, and I believe in your policies, you believe that we are talented and we can accelerate economic growth. But in my mind, I am thinking, are these policies or knowledge, is it only stopping in offices and on papers? Because down there are so many young people like me. Uganda is very much blessed that more than half of this population is endowed by young people. But there are so many down there who doesn't even know that they can bring a significant impact to Uganda's economy. So have you put in some initiatives to sensitize young people that, hey, you people, we need you. We believe that you can drive economic growth, or you're still, these ideas are still in papers and in offices and not being implemented where they are supposed to be.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Nakainga Judith, Mwanyitelimba Limited.
Thank you. I was about to say awotokubyenyo, but we shall pick it up from there. But I think you raised pertinent questions, and I think the question is, now that you know, what are you going to do to become the champion? Bakweyo facilitation and so can I ask the panel in 1 minute each, as we bring this to a close, just your quick takeaway and any question you can respond to. I know I have really pushed you, but we are pressed for time, and I thank you. So,
Yeah.
Dr. Fred, quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, and for all the members who have asked questions. I will start with maybe I'll take one and then the rest take
Sure.
the one from my friend Tasha, who talked about when will government start trusting the utilization and believing in the locally produced solutions. Yeah, that's a very pertinent question. Number one, government has started. I would tell you that to date, about 27 MDAs, I'm very sure about, are using locally developed solutions. The e-procurement solution is a locally developed solution. Parish development model, locally developed solution. The electronic document management, also locally developed, and several others. There are also those solutions that are not being used by government, but also some of our innovators are here. We have like the Ride Link, which is logistics and transportation. We have health, we have education, and other several innovations that are Yeah. That said, trust should be built by maintaining consistent performance. So local innovators need to be delivering reliable, secure, and trustable solutions, such that government begins trusting. And what's the take away from here is when you're an innovator, you innovate and you have a solution, and next time you get a job and maybe go somewhere and begin working and you leave that solution. There's no maintenance and no other things. So that's what brings government, because government wants its business to what? To keep
continue.
On, yes, but we are proposing that you keep on working with the innovation hubs such that we build capacity and even work as teams to be able to maintain those systems and also enhance them.
Okay.
They will be trustable. Another thing is, of course, the leadership mindset, which is one of the major roles that we need as government to partake. It's good that we have our Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who and other minister who at that level can advocate for these things. But as part of that, we are coming up with policies for partnerships and progressive leadership, working together with the innovation ecosystem to be able to, to ensure that the partaking of those solutions is enhanced. I think I'll leave the rest for
Emmanuel. Quick take.
Government. I appreciate the question, of course, on government not taking, but like my colleague has said, government is indeed doing that. And but it also starts with me as a person, as an individual, not as a government officer right now, but as an individual. How do I appreciate what you have done? How do I appreciate your talent? So it starts with me, and that is why we, as government, we have the local content. The law is there. There is the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, talked about, it is there. All is meant towards making us, even at the individual level, appreciate our own and buy our own and push it as Uganda. So it is an agenda which targets everybody, not only me as a government. But also I must state that, again, we were asked on the issue of sensitization. Like I said, the policy has an implementation plan, and the implementation plan has looked at the youth, has looked at the women and other vulnerable groups. Targeted action plans for ensuring that you not only sensitize them, but also train them, equip them in terms of business development to participate in both domestic and regional and multilateral trade. So we are looking at that holistic approach through the implementation plan of that policy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Festo?
Yeah, I think I'm not in position to speak for the government, but what I can appreciate is that government has made it has made these platforms largely visible to the young people, to the young population, and they have made the means of accessing them quite affordable and probably getting cheaper. Phones in Uganda are getting cheaper, and almost everyone can afford a smartphone. And by the day, I think if with this visibility, people are going to learn more how to use AI to solve their day-to-day problems. And for the big challenges, I think we are still to do better as government to make sure we can harness the technology of AI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the things I will end with is that in markets where I've seen innovations that are dealing with some of what I would call not as attractive business areas, is government takes a stake or has an interest in ensuring, because some of the requirements that you have for these innovators to provide are stringent, and I'll quickly walk away. What I've seen is government becomes an interested party and co-invests in that idea up to a point where you're able now to export that service or that technology, and in doing that, then government can pull out. But it has enabled you. But it's very difficult for me as an innovator to qualify with all the certificates that are required, all the certification requirements from a software perspective, all the backups, all the infrastructure. It becomes quite an inhibitor, and yet it is a must-have. Emmanuel, quickly, as
on that, government has an investment arm called UDC.
Okay.
If you come up with a very good investment plan, innovative plan, and you approach UDC, you can work together and they can see the possibility of co-investing with you. So like maybe it has been said, maybe it's information which is not out there in the public.
Yes.
But UDC as the body under the Ministry of Trade has that investment arm that help innovators who come with very good ideas that are feasible could potentially work with that institution to bring reality, to realize their innovations. Thank you.
So, Emmanuel, again, it goes back to how do we enable, because every time I see at UDC, I see companies that were there when my father was starting to work. And I'm not sure whether if I went with a tech idea, anybody would be listening to me. So how do we make it attractive to people who are building things that are non-traditional? I'll end this here. Come again?
That will be over to the ministers. Thank you.
It has been an exciting panel, and I want you to give the panel a round of applause. And apologies if we have overstayed our invitation, but we have also, we're trying to innovate with time. So thank you very much, and over to you, MC.
Thank you, Michael. I'll request our host, Your Excellency, a photo with the panelists. As that happens, we now proceed. I would like to invite the photo here. Yeah. I'd like to invite Engineer Kenneth Kaijuka from National Housing Council, National Housing Construction Company. Yes.
Thank you, MC, the honorable ministers, Your Excellency, the ambassador, and our guests from the UAE, Ugandans present, good afternoon. As introduced, Engineer Kijuka Kenneth is my name, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the business arm of government in real estate and construction called the National Housing and Construction Company Limited. We deal in real estate, and I quite know that many of you present here indeed have interests in real estate. Of course, real estate is a technical word, but simply put, it means housing. And so the opportunities, in 1 minute I have, I just want to lay bare the opportunities that in real estate in this country, Uganda. And I'll put it at 3 levels. We quite know that real estate can only be done here. When you look at the export-import, the balance of trade, we cannot export real estate. So we'll invite you to come and invest here. And this real estate in categories of residential, commercial, industrial, institutional real estate, or housing, once you build it here, it is permanent. We all know this. It is immovable. And therefore, the opportunity that exists at this moment sits in the great gains that have been achieved to date, that historically people used to fear investing long term. Because real estate, if you take it for residential housing, you'll either collect your revenues over a long period of time. If it is commercial housing, office apartments, these, you'll also collect your money over a long time. So historically, I think there has been fear as to the stability of the economy and whether we can attract people to invest here. Honorable Minister Matia Kasaija, Minister of Finance, who is the shareholder, my shareholder, shareholder of National Housing and Construction Company Limited, must be very excited that over the last 40 years, we've created this stability and we can attract UAE, whom we believe are a higher or a senior brother in the real estate market. Their real estate in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in Sharjah, in the entire UAE is at another level. And we want to appeal to them, honorable ministers, that with the stability created, with the industrial production that is happening, we want to invite them to make a step lower and appreciate that this is where UAE was about 25 years ago, and the leap they have made, we can make it together in this market. So the 3 levels at which we want to attract you, one of them is land. And we know there is always challenges on land. National Housing, which is the business arm of government, is the vehicle provided by government for you to leverage its existence and have an easy entry on land. The PST this morning talked about the incentives that will be available to you if you want to invest here. And one of them is land. Now, National Housing, we have land, both greenfield and brownfield. But that said, we also collaborate strongly with the Uganda Investment Authority. We also collaborate strongly with the Uganda Land Commission. And we are seated in the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. So as an investor, if you have your funds, you are welcome to engage with me, to engage with National Housing, and through me, you'll directly be engaging with those institutions as well as Ministry of Finance to leverage on those incentives. Now, once land is provided, we look at the hardware, which is the immovable. Many of you talk of the 4 walls, and these 4 walls can be on ground or vertical. But also in the space of land, given the growing numbers, we want to go up. And that's where we can now save land. Because for every floor you create, you've actually created more land. So in the production of the hardware, which is the walls and the roof, Honorable Minister and our guests from UAE, this can be achieved. And a lot of industrial production is happening. If you look at the many industries that are with us in this country, more than 50% of them are producing for housing. And that's a gain. Whether it's cement, whether it's steel, whether it's tiles, whether it's paint, whether it's locks, these are happening here. And we want to invite more partners into this business space. But critically will be the third level of housing, which is the software side of housing. Now, you may have land, you have the hardware, which are the 4 walls, but housing is only sweet at its functionality, the operational side. And the value chains in housing will now move away from the 4 walls and the land. Just look at this building. That housing must have power, and I can tell you many sources of energy are already existing in this country. That housing must have water, and you want to say, yes, if I'm in this building, I can flush the toilet. I can turn on the tap. That housing must have internet connectivity they are talking about. That housing must have furniture. Furniture includes tables and beds and all this that you see. Carpets, the electricals and electromechanicals. So, Honorable Minister and our colleagues, the real estate sector is that big that you'll see it from housing. We want to invite you. Land is available. And we are so passionate because we must save our land as Uganda. We've told you our land is the most beautiful. We want to save the environment. So we want to avoid horizontal sprawl, make sure we congregate people in smaller spaces, and we allow that land to come through the ATMs. ATM, now, N, you remember, stands for agro-processing. For you to process agriculture products and export and get the 20 billion the PSST talked about, we must have the land, and we must save it. And so we want to invite you, colleagues, into a space of mass housing. The government is intentional through national housing and other sister agencies that we have to go mass housing, and we cannot do this ourselves. We need big brothers from UAE. We must also look at the slum upgrade and redevelopment. This is an opportunity that has been highlighted. If you look at all our capital city, and the chief executive officer for the Kampala Capital City Authority talked about this, we have so many pockets that you look at and say these are slums. To us, it's an opportunity that these slums must be redeveloped, must be upgraded, because these slums have got people in there. Simply because, life is synonymous with housing. Wherever you see a slum, there is a life in that house. So we want to invite you into the big space. And these slums, we should not shy away about them. They are our rival lounges for our brothers and sisters coming from the villages, coming to look for opportunities in the cities. But because we have not provided this housing where they arrive, they will automatically find where they can coerce their friends, and you find they are staying like 5, 6, 8, 10 in that small room. So we want partners in that space. And this speaks to partnership with the government in terms of financing, but also in terms of alternative technology. I will tell you, if you come to us as national housing, if you are ready to invest in alternative technology that will deal with mass housing, but also look at redeeming and redeveloping the slums, we'll give you land where this production can happen. In the 1 to 4 years, we may allow you to import because we must also be doing something in between. But we think by the year 5, you should have set up a production line looking at the huge market that is available with us. We are not talking about Kampala capital city alone. We are talking about the other 10 cities that have been created. We are talking about the 31 municipalities that exist in this country. But most importantly, for real estate, the opportunity is in the population, the numbers. And you cannot go wrong, honorable ministers, that Uganda has the fastest growing population. The census done last year tells us that today we are 46 million, but the projections by 2050, in the next 25, we shall be 100 million Ugandans. Many economies of the world, the population is going down. For Uganda, the population is going up. So when it is going up, somebody should begin to think of pitching here to make sure that we can provide real estate that will accommodate these numbers. Honorable Minister and guests, we've been told of the tenfold growth that is expected under the NDP4. I just want to encourage you and to really invite you. The moment we move from the $50 billion today to the $500 billion in the next 5 or 10 years, this money will come from exports, but when it comes back here, it will be looking at improving the life of Ugandans. And the only measure, for heaven's sake, the only measure will be household wealth, and why it is even coined household, it starts with the house. So many people, you have to look at the quality of life from the quality of housing, which is real estate. So let's pitch and look at this growth as going to be very relevant in terms of building up the real estate so that we can create good and living environments. The urbanization, Uganda also has the highest at about 5.9 or 6%, and this is an opportunity. But what this also does is that Ugandans today, we have a deficit of about 7 million housing units, the quality houses. The rest that you see are in transition. If you look at places like Nakasero, Kororo, Bugorobi, Ntinda, Chiwatule, where national housing has had its footprint, historically over the last 60 years. Now those huge bungalows we built, Honorable Minister, you remember, they are all being phased out. They are being demolished. Now what it means is that even the housing that we have, which we think is quality, in the foreseeable future of the tenfold growth and the quality of housing that is smart housing, KCC here talked of the smart cities. The housing we see today is going to go. And when it has gone, that means that's the opportunity that exists, that we must substitute this housing with quality housing. But also the culture trend in this country, that if I live in the city, I have a house in the city, but also have a house in the village. That creates 2 homes for this single family. So that means that even the deficit, which is in about 7 million houses, goes beyond 7 to about 10. So I could talk on and on because it's an area where I'm so passionate. I want to thank you, Ambassador Chibedi, that you have invited the bigger brothers, and the PSST has talked of all the incentives available in taxation, in land, in services to where you develop. If you choose to develop mass housing, then through national housing, power will be extended, water will be extended, the road will be extended to make sure that these numbers that you've created will be functional. So I want to thank you for finding space to come, and I'm hoping that after here, due to limited time, you can visit us or at our website, www.nhcc.co.ug, or visit us at our offices at Crescent Towers building, just opposite Serena Hotel in Kampala. We should be able to discuss with you more to confirm to you how we can be a vehicle for your entry into this huge market. Our neighbors are calling. The exports in the production for housing are also going beyond our boundaries, and we think we are such an environment that will help the real estate market to grow. Lastly, is the opportunity in the student accommodation. When you look at the numbers, more than 78% of our population are 35 years and below. All these are school going, right from nursery to university. And while they are out there, there is a huge gap for student accommodation. We'd like to partner with you in this space, and that is real estate. But that is accommodation. But there's also the learning environment, the auditorium, the lecture theaters. And these are huge aspects of real estate because it is construction, it is housing, and I want to invite you to come and join with National Housing, either in technology or in direct construction or in financing in that space. I thank you and wish you all the best. God bless.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kenneth Kaijuka from National Housing. At this point in time, colleagues, the time is now. I want to appreciate all of you for being here and taking time off to actually spend the last of your 3 days following up in these conversations. And of course, kudos to our host, Your Excellency Kibedi. It's only you who can tell how exhaustive the last 3 days have been. And for that matter, I want to invite you to come and give us a word, and then you will unfold the guests that you have come with. Thank you.
A big round of applause to our MC. Thank you for leading us through these 3 wonderful days. And as I thank him, and as I make my remarks, I would like to invite my colleagues from the Embassy and the Consulate to come forward because we need to do much work to follow up. What creates a difference between walking the talk and just talking is implementing the outcomes of such a gathering. So I want all of you to see those that I work with. In case you can't find me, then you know whom to find next. Someone ask the embassy staff and consulate to come forward. Honorable Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Matia Kasaija, I must thank you for always supporting such initiatives because it's not the first time that you are coming to support activities for implementing economic and commercial diplomacy. I remember you started with me in the Nordic countries. While I was still in the Nordic countries, you came and we started the Nordic Uganda Business Forum, which also attracted a lot of investments from that part to this country. So it was not by mistake that we identified you to come and preside over the closing, but just because we knew that you have passion about the initiatives being undertaken to grow this economy. I want also to thank Honorable Mbadi General for accepting our invitation to come and be part of this closing ceremony, but also for having accepted to come and network with our guests since last night when you came for the dinner. Just like Ambassador Sentom, we thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are grateful that you have always been supportive. Honorable Minister and colleagues here, I would like to introduce my colleagues that I work with. First on my left is Caesar. The other is Okotev, is the immigration attaché to the Uganda Embassy. But as you know, we are very few at the embassy and yet the workload is big. We ask them to multitask. So he has been coordinating the field visits. So for those of you that came from the UAE, if there is any feedback that you'd like to share with us on the field visits, he's the man that has been behind there. He'll give you his contacts when you get out. Next to him is Madame Ashana Banja, First Secretary at the Embassy, but also the in charge of investments. So she's been the lead person for this activity because it's one of the objectives to promote investments. Next to her is Madame Zalwango Erina, Councillor at the Uganda Consulate in Dubai, and she's the head of economic and commercial diplomacy at the consulate. Then Madame Ala, she's the public relations officer at the embassy, followed by Ngobi Dennis, the assistant for economic and commercial diplomacy. So as we get out, you see them by the exit. They should share their business cards with you so that when you don't find me, at least you can find those to follow up with. I thank you. Can resume your seats. Honorable Ministers, this forum started, as you heard, on the 27th. It's the 4th edition of the Uganda-Uae Business Forum. And the purpose for this forum, it has 5 objectives. Number 1 is to strengthen bilateral partnerships for investment, trade, tourism, and innovation. Number 2, to facilitate networking. We've been having activities for networking, but also providing for business-to-business meetings and government-to-business meetings. Number 3 is to discuss opportunities and challenges of doing business between Uganda and the United Arab Emirates. Number 4, showcasing products and services and business models. Number 5, influence policy, dialogue, and create enabling environment. Honorable Ministers, we focused on 5 areas. I'll not bore you with all of them. You know them, the ATMs, in brief. Those are the areas we focused on. And the format has been 3 days activities, as I said before, which started with field visits. The second day was the official opening, which was presided over by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. She was accompanied by the Minister for Science, Innovation and Technology and the State Minister for Investment. And then it was followed by B2B, business to business, business to government, and government to business. And later on in the evening, we had a welcome dinner, which was presided over by the Minister for Kampala State Council Authority, accompanied by the State Minister for Trade. So today, Honorable Minister, we started with the keynote address about the economic outlook of Uganda by your own, the Permanent Secretary Minister of Finance, who gave interesting figures and statistics to our investors that are here. The UAE delegation has been led by 3 chambers of commerce, Dubai Chamber of Commerce, Sharjah, and Fujairah. As you are well aware, Honorable Minister, the UAE is comprised of 7 emirates. The other 2 emirates were also with us spiritually and with goodwill. They participated in the organizing, that is Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce and also Ras Al Khaimah Chamber of Commerce. The delegations here are here in the sectors of agriculture, the sectors of ICT, the sectors of tourism, and the sector of infrastructure, innovation, but also trade and manufacturing. Honorable Minister, tomorrow we expect to sign some MOUs between companies here in those areas we've talked about. One company that is innovation has identified through startups from the Innovation Center in Akawa that they are going to support by mentoring to start with, and also in the near future they will support them with accessing cheap financing. Another MOU we are expecting is between a company that is behind the creation of the smart gates at the airport of Dubai. They are having a follow-up meeting with the Civil Aviation Authority in Entebbe tomorrow, and also immigration, to see if they can get to a conclusion of investing in smart airport facilities. And also, among others, Honorable Minister, we are expecting a lot of outcomes of this forum. Investments in all the areas I've talked about. Honorable Minister, as I said before, that we don't just want to come and talk, but we want also to see tangible outcomes out of this. And these participants from the UAE altogether has been comprised of 30 companies. 30 companies, and they will interact with you, those that are not leaving tomorrow. We shall arrange they come and have a bilateral with you. But also from the Ugandan side, we've had a lot of interest we've had over 70 companies, including big, medium, and small-sized companies. I must thank them for the patience because they've been very active and fully participating since day one. So without taking much time, Honorable Minister, I just want to share with you 3 statistics since we are Minister for Economic Planning, that the investments from UAE to Uganda have grown 10 times in the last 7 years. Of course, you've been supportive to this. When you came for the Dubai Expo 2020, we signed some MOUs that leapfrogged this investment from the then $300 million to $1.5 billion. And since then, we've been following up, and these investments have grown to over $3.5 billion. The same for trade is the other reason that we were deliberate to invite the Minister for Trade to witness the closing of this ceremony, because when he works on what we've discussed with him, Honorable Minister, we can also increase the volumes of Ugandan export to the UAE, because as you are well aware, Honorable Minister, as of September last year, the trade portfolio from between Uganda and UAE grew to $2.85 billion from 600 million. And this has facilitated a lot of our agricultural exports and precious metals. But what we were discussing today with the PSST and the audience here is that if we can work on the 2 challenges, inconsistencies of supply in terms of quality and quantity, we can grow these volumes by 10 times. And as you say that very soon the economy of Uganda will do too, we can do that once this is achieved. Without taking any more time, I would like to invite my senior colleague, Ambassador Charles Sentong, to speak on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to make a few remarks. Then he invites the Minister of Trade. And the Minister of Trade in turn, after making his remarks, will invite you to officiate over the closing. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Ambassador Sake. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija, Honorable Minister of State for Trade and Industry, Jane Ombadi, leaders of the delegation from United Arab Emirates, representative of the UAE Embassy in Uganda, representative of the private sector in Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, may I say how excited we are to join all of you at this 2nd Business Forum, UAE-Uganda Business Forum. Honorable Minister, colleagues, members of the private sector, we as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we have an important duty in the realization of the 10 growth strategy. And aware and cognizant of that important role, we have put economic and commercial diplomacy at the center of our diplomatic engagement. Honorable Minister, we sincerely thank you and your team. You have not only supported us with your presence, but you have allocated the necessary financial resources to all our missions, which have presented viable plans for the successful implementation of commercial diplomacy. We have had a number of business fora, both in Uganda, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, and many capitals, Honorable Minister. Just last year, we were together, and a number of colleagues here in Kuala Lumpur, where various initiatives and the promotion of Uganda was at the center stage. So, Honorable Minister, what you see here is a sample of the fruits or the benefits of the funds you have allocated to the ministry and missions abroad to put economic and the commercial diplomacy at the center of our work. Our missions abroad as agents of Uganda government and the people of Uganda at the core of identifying market opportunities for our products, promoting Uganda as a viable tourism destination, identify, promote, investment, and identify viable investors by giving them the necessary investment opportunities available in the country. Like, for instance, my colleague from the Ministry, rather for National Housing, has amplified, because when he goes there, he'll be there one day. But as the ambassador said, when he leaves, these people keep on stamping various cities. You'll find the ambassador and his team in all the Emirates. You'll find him, you find guys in the US, in all the states. So we have an important duty, but most important, Honorable Minister, we play an important advocacy role. As you all know, a number of exporters, a number of business players always have issues with different countries where they trade or they do business with. You may all remember that on a number of occasions, our ministry has been at the forefront in trying to negotiate with the government of Kenya and other partners where there are non-tariff barriers. We have made progress in some areas, but a lot has to be done. So we encourage you to continue informing the ministry of any barriers or any challenges that you may have. We continue to provide information where misinformation has been given. For instance, recently when they said UAE has stopped giving visas to Ugandans, we worked with the UAE embassy to be able to clarify that and to encourage the embassy of UAE to hasten the processing of visas for our businessmen, knowing that UAE is one of our #1 trading partners. Honorable Minister, colleagues, as a ministry, again, we continue, besides economic and economic diplomacy, to work on the strengthening of economic relations with our partners. And in this, what we're trying to do is to engage, especially development partners, to give us support or economic resources. Those of you who may have heard that it's through such good relations that government of UAE through Saudi has been able to build the airport, or is going to build an airport in Chidepo. We are also privileged to note that the government of Japan has expressed its interest to expand its support to Uganda in the area of infrastructure and a number of development partners. So at the core of our work in this economic and commercial diplomacy is to see that the trade aspect, the investment aspect, and resource mobilization take center stage as one of the avenues of our contribution towards the realization of the 10 growth strategy. We have a lot of work to do, Honorable Minister and colleagues. We up the task and we continue asking for your support. Honorable Minister, colleagues, at this juncture, may I say that this has been a very important interaction, and the 3 days that we have been here, we have built partnerships that are the core of strengthening our economic relations with the people and the government of UAE. On that note, may I request the Honorable Minister of Trade and State of Industry to come and address the meeting. Honorable Minister.
Dodging an ambush here. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Obviously, after talking after the chief protocol, who knows how to arrange protocol very well, I don't want to introduce new protocols, but to ride on the protocol already established. My names are General Wilson Basumbadi. I am the Minister of State in charge of Trade at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. I am happy to be here as we draw this landmark Uganda-Uae Business Forum to a close. I have no doubt that all these participants here have had very fruitful engagements, generated ideas, and are now committed to fostering stronger economic ties between our two countries, because for the last 3 days, as the ambassador mentioned, this has been a center of vibrant discussions, generating new ideas and generating promising partnerships under the theme Uganda, unlocking opportunities, building bridges through trade and investment. I specifically want to extend our sincere appreciation to the government and the business community of the United Arab Emirates, who accepted to attend this function and made this event possible. This forum has once again demonstrated the strengths and potential of relationship between Uganda and the United Arab Emirates, because I am told it is the fourth forum. Because when we work together, we open new doors for trade, for investment, and innovation to benefit our two people on both sides. According to the Ministry of Finance 2025 September report, in August 2025, the Middle East remained Uganda's largest export market, accounting for 41.6% of the total merchandise exports, with the United Arab Emirates alone receiving close to 98% of the exports to that region. Uganda's exports to the United Arab Emirates rebounded sharply to 2.62 billion in 2024, which is the highest level in 5 years. This represents a remarkable tenfold increase and demonstrates growing demand for Ugandan products in the UAE market, while Uganda's imports from the UAE have remained relatively stable, around 1 billion annually since 2022. This growth for us reflects Uganda's efforts to diversify export products, particularly in gold, coffee, tea, fish, fresh produce, as well as emerging exports in pharmaceuticals and manufactured goods. The strong trade trends highlight renewed investor confidence and trade resilience between the two nations. And as the ambassador mentioned, we only need to work on the two aspects of quantity, because it is easy to convince these people here and we access their market, but sustaining it is another issue. And obviously, standards becomes one of them, and that's why I am suggesting to the ambassador that for standards, like you are going to sign these other MOUs, for standards and quality, we could also spearhead developing and signing mutual recognition agreements with respect to standards and quality and sanitary and phytosanitary to provide and promote agro exports. Honorable Minister, with this kind of arrangement, Uganda is at the pivotal moment in its economic transformation, and guided by our tenfold growth strategy, we are committed to multiplying industrial output, exports, and employment opportunities tenfold over the coming years. This vision is anchored on our ATM's priorities of agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, and science, technology, and innovation, including artisans, sectors that present significant opportunities for UAE investors. As for trade and industry opportunities, according to the estimates from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, whose story you saw there, Uganda's economy grew by 6.3% in the 2024-25, up from 6.1%, and it is expected to grow at 7%. The major drivers of this growth were increased aggregate demand, investments, and exports, as reflected in the growth of agriculture, industry, and the services sector. As you know, Uganda offers a wide array of trade and industrial opportunities, particularly in sectors prioritized under our tenfold growth strategy and the ATM's framework. For agro-industrialization, Uganda's agriculture sector is the backbone of our economy, employing over 70% of our workforce and accounting for about 40% of merchandise exports, with earnings exceeding $2.2 billion annually. With the value addition, this could increase to 20 billion by 2040, contributing significantly to our GDP. Uganda's diverse agricultural production creates immense potential for agro-processing, food manufacturing, and export-oriented industries. Investors can explore coffee, tea, fruits, grains, and vegetable processing, along with integrated value chains that add value locally before export. Before we came here, we were talking with the ambassador to the UAE about how we could even diversify agricultural production in Busoga region, for example, by producing emboli. The emboli is in English, sweet potatoes. Because as I was going through the list of the food products that UAE requires, sweet potatoes was number 2 on the list. And I was asking him why he cannot mobilize his people to produce sweet potatoes instead of sugar canes. Because people out there, when they are not able to utilize the land that they have, they hire it out. But with the sweet potatoes being produced every 3 months, harvested every 3 months, it could be a good wealth creation activity for our people out there. As far as tourism is concerned, the sector report in 2024, Uganda welcomed 1.3 million international visitors, marking a 7.7% increase from the previous year, and the tourism earnings surged by 26%, reaching 1.28 billion in 2024, underscoring the sector's robust growth and investment potential for ecotourism, luxury lodges, and sustainable tourism infrastructure, as well as public-private partnerships in hospitality development targeting regional and international visitors. This is one other area where our friends and brothers from UAE can interest themselves, because it is a very viable area. In the mineral development, you are aware Uganda is very rich in industrial minerals, rare earth, construction materials. I'm happy I saw one of the investors from UAE now producing cement in Kamongoli. Kamongoli? Yes. Near Mbale there. He's there just by the, as you get out of the those two doors there on the left. And so this is an indication that investors can engage in exploration, extraction, refining, and downstream manufacturing, turning our mineral wealth into industrial growth and regional trade. According to the Mineral Development Program, May 2025 report, the total value of mineral production stood at 60.3 billion Uganda shillings, with the limestone contributing the largest share at 39%, followed by iron ore. We still have a lot of iron ore, which is not exploited in the Kigezi region. You could interest yourselves out there. And it is the best iron ore with about 70% purity. You could interest yourselves out there. Kaolin, lithium, and many others. However, the value of gold production remained low, and the most output lack of technology. So you could engage in innovation around this area. One other area is the science, technology, and innovation. It has been talked about a lot. I don't need to bore you again on this subject. The other area is manufacturing and export trade. Uganda's export earnings for manufactured products is increasing, and obviously you are aware that we have a huge market around here. In the region, we have the East African community, where if you invest here, you have access to the regional market in the East African community, 300 million people, duty-free, quota-free. You don't have to take them back to the UAE. You have a market here. You have the commercial market. You also have the continental market, because Uganda signed the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which covers about a population of 1.3 billion people with a market value of about 3.4 trillion US dollars. So you will be home and dry when you invest here. Opportunities therefore exist to establish manufacturing hubs for textiles, consumer goods, building materials, and processed foods, leveraging trade incentives and preferential market access. The other area is in the energy infrastructure development. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum is a launch pad, therefore, for action, partnerships, and investment, because the ambassador said we have talked, now it is action time. I therefore want to urge our UAE partners to translate the ideas discussed here into strategic investments, joint ventures, long-term collaborations that unlock the full potential of Uganda's ATM sectors. The government of Uganda stands ready to support your ventures through creating the necessary environment, one of the most important one, of course, being stability, peace, and security, because money fears noise. If money fears noise, therefore, one of the biggest support that government can provide is ensuring peace, sustainable peace, and security, ensuring predictable and enabling environment, and facilitating initiatives that generate jobs, build industries, and expand trade. In closing, let me reaffirm Uganda is open for business, and together we can turn the vision of tenfold growth strategy and ATM's priorities into tangible results, prosperity for our people, strong economic ties between our two nations, and lasting Uganda-UAE partnership, given that UAE is now not just a partner, it is also a leading export destination and a crucial source of imports. We are not yet, for those items that we are not producing yet here at home. I want to thank you, and I want to appreciate the efforts by the embassy, our embassy in the UAE, and everybody who has made this function, this event, very successful. I am looking forward to seeing the outcome of this forum reflected in successful projects and enduring collaboration. The ambassador, our ambassador to the UAE, has invited me, and I will take the invitation as we explore more opportunities for our exports and also attracting investors to come and utilize the opportunities available here for investment. I want now to take this opportunity to invite my senior, Honorable Kasaija, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, to come and make his remarks and officially close this business forum. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. I specifically welcome you to the 4th edition of the Uganda-Uae Business Forum. I bring with me warm greetings from His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and the people of Uganda. Let me repeat this. I bring with me warm greetings from His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and the people of Uganda. It's my great pleasure to address you today on the enduring friendship and the growing economic cooperation between our two nations. Today, we gather government officials, leaders of chambers of commerce, captains of industry, business leaders, trade and investment policymakers, and support institutions to foster networking, establish connections, share experiences, and explore mutually beneficial investment and trade opportunities. Over the last 3 years, Uganda and the UAE have strengthened economic cooperation significantly. The UAE has become Uganda's largest export destination, and it has invested a substantial amount in our country. Bilateral trade has reached $2.85 billion US dollars, and UAE investments have grown to $3.5 billion, particularly in energy, infrastructure, healthcare, agribusiness, oil and gas, and manufacturing, construction, real estate, and tourism. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, I would also like to recognize the strong bonds of friendship that exist between Uganda and the United Arab Emirates. We enjoy cordial relations, cooperation, and a shared vision for sustainable development. This economic cooperation and friendship between the two nations has been manifested by the visits of His Excellency, the President of Uganda, thrice, once this year, twice last year to the UAE, as well as the visit of His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of UAE to Uganda in May this year, which culminated in the signing of 6 memorandum of understanding agreements in areas of investment, capacity building, cooperation in energy, cooperation in rail transport, ICT, and waive of visa requirements. I will repeat this because it's very nice. The Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of UAE to Uganda in May this year, which culminated in the signing of 6 memorandum of understanding agreements in areas of investment, capacity building, cooperation in energy, cooperation in rail transport, ICT, and waiver of visa requirements. The agreements, the MOUs signed over the years between our two nations are indicators of deep economic cooperation, a shared commitment to sustainable development and socio-economic transformation. Excellencies and distinguished guests, last year I officiated at 3 Uganda-Uae Business Forum that was held in collaboration with the Chambers of Commerce of Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and had an opportunity to meet with the leadership of the two chambers and appreciated the continued cooperation that has been ongoing between them and Uganda's mission in UAE. I am happy to see that this year, as agreed, the forum has been held in Uganda. Excellencies and distinguished guests, our country has embarked on a forward-looking strategy to enhance trade, attract investments, promote value-added exports. The government of Uganda is implementing the 10-fold growth strategy that aims to make Uganda a $500 billion economy by 2040. I'm sure that has been said by the previous speakers. To this end, the government is focusing on monetizing of Uganda's economy with the aim of transforming 39% household in a subsistence economy to the money economy. This strategy is anchored on prioritizing 4 sectors, namely agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral-based development, including oil and gas, and science and technology. Under agro-industrialization, our focus is commercialization of agriculture and adding value addition to ensure that we move beyond the export of raw materials to the development of robust manufacturing and service base. In the mineral-based industrialization, Uganda is finalizing quantification of mineral deposits and their governance regime, commercializing of petrochemical industry, and expanding capacity for oil exports and petrochemical products. Under science and technology government is interested in attracting investors to add value to the traditional economy in areas of research and innovation. These key sectors of agro-industrialization and commercialization, energy, tourism, manufacturing, real estate, logistics, and financial services present vast opportunities for both local and foreign investors. Through the able leadership of His Excellency, the President of Uganda, I am proud to say our country offers one of the most attractive investment climate in the region. I will repeat this, through the able leadership of His Excellency, the President of Uganda, I am proud to say our country offers one of the most attractive investment climate in the region. Through continuous reforms, we have simplified business registration through the creation of the Investor One-Stop Center under the Uganda Investment Authority, which offers a single access point for information and service transactions for investors, offered tax incentives, strengthened investors' protection, prioritized infrastructure, development, digital connectivity, and digitization of a number of public services through e-payments. All these mechanisms are aimed at reducing the cost of doing business, Excellencies and distinguished guests. To enhance investments, the government has established a number of frameworks, including public-private partnerships model. Uganda has a legal regulatory framework law that governs this model of investment of partnerships, designated industrial parks and free zones, special economic zones with already established infrastructure, roads, utilities, that is to say, availability of water and electricity, as well as reliable supply of energy, electricity, and reduced tariffs on electricity to support its industrial sector and build a robust, diversified economy with the large industrialists paying 300.4 shillings per unit, down from 341 shillings. Excellencies and distinguished guests, I would like in a special way to thank the Chambers of Commerce from UAE as they continue to foster growth between our two private sectors through the trade missions they continue to undertake to Uganda on an annual basis aimed at identifying partnership opportunities. We pledge our commitment to support you. Excellencies and distinguished guests, I strongly believe that this forum will achieve the main objective of facilitating dialogue between Uganda and the UAE and the business community, private sector, and present opportunities that will lead to new investments and business partnerships for the mutual benefit of both of our countries. I would like to thank our mission in UAE that continues to promote commercial and economic diplomacy through organizing forums of this nature that provide a platform for exchange of ideas. I would also like to thank the Uganda and the UAE participants who have come to participate in the spirit of the theme of this forum, which is Uganda, unlocking opportunities, building bridges through trade and investments. As I conclude, I call for greater collaboration and urge the private sector to embrace the vast opportunities that lie between Uganda and the UAE. With these remarks, I wish to officially close this forum and call upon our visiting delegation to take time off and explore the tourist attraction that the Pearl of Africa has to offer. Don't rush to go. Don't rush to go. You will see beautiful things which nature and the human beings. We wish to keep you for a month if there is a need. If you don't have to for that time, then when you go back, you come back again and come and see the beauty of this country. With those words, I want to thank you. Thank you very much indeed, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you, Honorable. And colleagues, who else says it better other than the man himself, our guest this evening, the Minister of Finance, Matia Kasaija. A round of applause for all our guests. A round of applause for all of us for being here. And a round of applause for all the discussions that have been held here and those that will materialize into actuality. We are going to take a photo, and definitely I will invite our friends from the UAE kindly join the photo. Yes, you can. Okay. Yes, our distinguished guests, Honorable Matiaka Saija and General Wilson, kindly don't leave because we also have some department heads from government. We have representation from UNBS. Kindly come forward. And the organizing committee from Foreign Affairs, also make your way here. Honorable Matia Kasaija, yes, we will now request that you append your signature on that commemorative piece that was actually painted live yesterday. So as our guest does the signing, I would like to remind you that for those who are interested in the B2B meetings, the conversation will still happen in Mera. You could pass by and talk to a few people before you leave. Also, the Ministry of Agriculture is so courteous enough to provide us with a cup of coffee just outside at their booth. So you can pass by and grab yourself a cup of coffee from the Ministry of Agriculture. Once our guests exit, the rest of us kindly feel free to grab yourself a cup of tea outside. You could choose to pass by the Ministry of Agriculture booth and have yourself a cup of coffee and a bite at the outside. My name is Walter Mwesije, who's taken you throughout the last 2 days. And I'd like to wish you a very great evening and a safe journey for all our friends from the UAE who will be heading back to their homeland. Good evening. And one more final communication for all of us who have been requesting for the presentations, or you would like to catch any presentation that you missed. This